And hello everybody, how are you doing? Hey Doran, hey Kaz, thank you for the resub Doran. For 5 months at tier 3. 24 months. Nice. I've not been hiding, it's just... So I just checked, and my official... well, it's not the streamiversary, that is... that Twitch like celebrates. It's the affiliate anniversary, and my official affiliate anniversary is on the 11th of June. So I'm not hiding it. I didn't miss it. It's okay, I didn't miss it. So I think it might be because you're doing multi-month with subscription that it says 24 months. But yeah. It's in a month, yeah, basically. You got me worried for a moment. I was like, wait, did I miss it? Definitely should do something on the date. But no, we're okay, we're okay. The official date is in a month. We're fine. How are you doing, everybody? Hey, Nemo! Starting a hype train. How are you doing? 24 months as well, nice. You're not doing multiple months? Oh, it was 5 months in a row then? Maybe it was just 5 months in a row? I don't know. No, you didn't miss a month. I don't know what's going on with whatever Twitch is telling me. It's confusing. It's super confusing. How are you doing, Nemo? Welcome in. Thank you for the 24 month as well. I can't believe you guys have been here for 2 years. And Flame as well, 24 months as well. All the 24 month people. Amazing.
2 years.
So 13 months in a year? Yeah, 2 years. Well, I do have something to celebrate the 2 years though. Yeah, you're all from the same date, yeah. I do have something to celebrate the 2 years. Shall we?
Oop.
Did it make the sound? It should have made the sound. I didn't see it in the... Let me send another one.
Oop, oop.
Yep. It does. Okay. No. There's another one. Not telling you which command it is, but there's another one. I did some SFX the other day. You don't hear the sound for boop. Oh, that's weird. I see it appear... I see it appear in OBS. Let me check. Overlay should be going towards the output. Are you sure you're not hearing it? Maybe it's just too quiet? I could try to raise the volume a little bit on the boop sound. Where is it? Boop SFX. Bass sound, volume. Something like that.
Boop. Boop. Boop.
Do you hear it now? No, you hear it? Okay. So I probably should raise the sound for the other one as well. Maybe a bit more even. There's a little bit of an artifact at the start of the sound that I need to try to fix, but yeah. Okay, let's try it like that. Hey, 100 bits? Thank you, Kaz. It's not very loud.
Boop.
Yeah, it's not very loud. Oh, let's go all the way.
Boop. Boop.
It should be better. Higher than the music, lower than my voice, so it doesn't drown me. I have to check it. But yeah. We have that, we have... So I was working, that's...
Fight my minions.
Oh, that one's super quiet though. I need to put it higher then. I might have to see about raising the volume. And yeah, so game is loud. Yeah, it might be a bit loud. I can put the game a bit lower. Maybe like that. So it's not all the time. This one is not systematic, since it's a longer one. But yeah. Let's play it.
Yes. Fight my minions.
I love this emote. It's very much a choo-choo motherfucker. Right, and so yeah, I was working on the conversion code I've been working on for quite a while now, and I finally have a working version. Yeah, it doesn't take the full name. Or is it? It would be MI, I think. The symbol. Yeah. MI. Maybe I could make it consider the full name, but that... I'll see. No, it doesn't have angstrom, if that's the one you were thinking about. A is ampere, yes. But it's capital A is ampere. But then it would tell you that it's not a valid conversion. Yeah, so there are a bunch of stuff I still need to do with it. One of them is the error reporting. You can see it here. You have like unit converter, unit mix match. Like this all needs to go. It's formatted for the logs, not for chat. So I need to adjust things a little bit. But yeah. Oh, you're thinking about a list of units, aren't you? I don't have that functionality. I could do it probably. I haven't implemented that, but that would be in a second time. I haven't also, like, if you remember the one we had in Jesse's stream, the one that Firebot has, when you say, for example, if you want to say, oh, convert 15 Celsius to Fahrenheit, you could write C to F, right? And right now it doesn't understand that because I haven't implemented it yet, so it's a very bare bones implementation, but it's a working one. And that's the important part. That one should have worked. Oh, maybe the symbol you use for degree doesn't match? I don't know. This should work in theory. Yeah, this works. I think you're using a different symbol than I am. Not the same character. But, so, yeah. You don't have another one? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what... let me just write that down somewhere. So I may take a look at it later. There we go. You would just skip it? Yeah, but then there's a confusion between Coulomb and Farad. Like, there's a reason why there's this symbol before, and this reason is that you can't have ambiguous units, right? So it knows about Coulomb, it knows about Farad. It's supposed to be a general purpose system, and so it needs to have a different symbol available. So I can make it basically so that if it's a direct conversion between Coulomb and Farad, I'm like, oh no, that's not actually Coulomb and Farad that this person meant. It's Celsius and Fahrenheit, right? I can do that. You have this one, Shift 8, and the K one. Interesting. Yeah, so I think the K one is the one that didn't work. Probably. The other one should work. Yeah, I just have one on my keyboard, so I use the one I have on my keyboard. But I can include the other one. That's absolutely doable to include the other one. as an option. But yeah, I can't just remove the symbol except for very specific contexts where it's not ambiguous. Like if you want to do like from a thermal unit to a thermal unit, I can be like, oh yeah, that's unambiguous. So yeah, that's what I've been working on. There's also what's the name I gave it? Calculate, where it does math with like units and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, we're returning to Filament today. No, it doesn't convert. Calculate doesn't convert, but it can calculate an expression. Yeah, but like you can like give it a mathematical expression. You can multiply, divide, add stuff, subtract stuff, these kind of things. You can have powers. It lied. Shouldn't. Bu- bu- bu. Wait. 3, 6, 9. Huh. Yeah. That's weird. Well, let me write that down. I need to understand what happened here. Thank you. Yeah, well, that's the purpose of that's the purpose of that, right? No, I don't know why. I might have an idea, but I'm not sure. Let me check real quick. Hang on. New window. Unit converter. You can get closed. Did I mess up the unit declaration somehow? No. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. Why it's ignoring the kilo. I'm pretty sure if you did the same, for example, with millimeter, it would work. Right? Yep. But dev on stream, liar! So yeah, there's something going weird with the gram unit. Oh wait. Oh wait, it's with the display then. Oh. I might know. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't display the prefix in this case. When it's a simple prefix unit, it doesn't display the prefix. Fascinating. But like if you did calculate uh 10 to the power 3 millimeter times 10 to the power 6 kilogram. Then it's correct. Because so it's a problem with the prefix units that don't display the prefix. Yeah, no, that one's correct. That one is correct. 10 kilograms divided by 1 kilogram is 10. Divided by centimeters cubed is 10 centimeter minus 3. No, that's the correct rules. If you don't put parentheses, it's supposed to be read like that. Without parentheses, it's ambiguous to run, so it makes absolute sense to read it like that. The divisions are supposed to be read left to right. This one behaves as I implemented it, basically. Or as I meant to implement. You ignore the spaces, basically, unless it's just separating two entities. Whether you add a space or not doesn't and shouldn't matter. Otherwise, it's a super ambiguous writing. Hey, Hebe! 11 months? Thanks for the resub. How are you doing, Hebe?
Thanks to That's Just Doran for my sub gift.
Right, so let's start Filament. Shall we? Back on the Alabaster today. Just really tired. Hopefully you can rest then. Yeah, I was super tired yesterday. I'm feeling much better today. So that's why I didn't stream yesterday. I was way too tired. But yeah, hopefully you can get some rest. Everyone seems to be tired in the last few days. It might be the change of season. It's getting much hotter. We have to readapt to warmer climate. Some sickness spreading around could be, but like in my case, I don't think that's what's going on. It's just like I didn't sleep well. I've been having trouble sleeping. Alright, let's see about that. So what do we have here? Okay, so their neighbors change color. Interesting. And are we supposed to touch? Okay, and if I go from pink to green, works as well. So I suppose I have to turn them all to the same color. Or something like this. But then what would I do? But okay, I think I see what we're meant to do here. So for example, if I change this, no, because it changes that one then. Still coughing quite a bit. It's a lot better already. That's good. Was there not instructions outside the door? Like you think this game would give us instructions? Nah. Maybe we can do this. But then how about this? That's not going to be good. I guess I could. If then I do something like that. Hey! That's all green. Nice. Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty game. It's okay, I can just... Okay, so we're going all the way over there. Interesting. Dirty tricks. We can just switch them, so that's fine, but yeah. This one... Oh, we have done, apparently. I thought we hadn't finished it. Okay. This one we can do. Okay. Huh. So far so good, I guess. Let's see. What? There is no pillar over here, though. What do you mean? Hang on. Oh wait, no, there is a pillar. There is a pillar. Okay. Then it wants me to do that. But I can't really do that, can I? That's an interesting one. Okay, I see. So that's a problem because I'm too close to this and too close to that. So how do I handle this? Maybe... Can I do this? Well, kind of. So I'm not supposed to touch that one. How do I do this? Or is there a possibility? Yeah, there's a triangle here, right? Where's my door? My door is on the left. No, so that's correct. Ah. Can I do that? I suppose I can. And then I'm supposed to touch that one. And next, I'm supposed... Okay, let's see. Next, I'm supposed to go for this one. But so how do I do this? Oh, I might know how I do this. Something like that? Wait a minute. Something like that. Because then I grab the top one. And then I can go around this, grab that, go inside, and that opens my door. Okay. Oh, that was interesting. I like this one. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's a mess. That's a mess and a half. Okay, so we have a 2 here. We're supposed to touch the bottom one first and then the top one. But these things are interconnected. Oh, that's such a mess. At least they're all in the right direction, at least. That's gonna massively mess with our head. And here we have like multi-touch pillars that are colored or partially colored for some of them, which is also interesting. Okay, so what we know is on this 3x3, the first one we need to touch is the yellow middle one. So we can't start it before the other. And so that basically means that we have to start with the 2x2, right? We don't have a choice. Because we can't really start with this. That would mess with that massively. It just wouldn't work. So we have to start by this. Then the next one we would need to grab is this one, and we can't at the moment, so we have to start the other ones. This won't work because it's colored at the moment. Okay. And so we can grab this to close the yellow part. Then the second one we're supposed to touch on this side is the white one. We can do that right now, so might as well. On the top it would be also white, on the 3x3 I mean. And on the 2 it would start purple. So how about we try to continue a little bit with the 3x3? Yeah, I think that's the right move. So we can do something like this. We go there. Oh, and then we go grab this, right? And then we would need to do that. So that's something we can do. Interesting. So then we need to go around this. And we'll also need to grab that. If we want to double back, we can't at the moment. So what we can do, perhaps, because the next one is this one, we can probably do something like that, right? And then the next one would be the middle left one. So either we go back, but that's going to be a problem. No, we can't enter this direction anyway by being purple. We'll need to be white when we do that. So we could start cyan. No. But how would we do that? I guess we can do this. Right. Yeah. I guess we can do that. Oh no, we can't, actually. Because we do need to touch this. And this is any color. But then we need to touch it being white. So I think we touch it once here. Then we come back, we go white. And then we go white, and we can touch this being any color. Right? That doesn't work. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, no, we have to go the other way. Oh, but... Ah, no. This has to be the last one, doesn't it? This has to be the last one. Okay. Okay, but that's fine because we finished this triangle, didn't we? But then how about this? How do we deal with that? can we go there? No, we can't. Okay. So we'll need to have touched this a second time by then. That means... How would we do that? I suppose we could... how do I rewind again? Tab? No. I can't remember. A? No. C? E? Ch. Ah! Oh, space. So I suppose here we could go here. Oh no, we can't. Ah. Oh. Oh, that's dirty. Okay. I know what we can do. We can do that. Go grab this the first time. Then we go around here. And we grab it a second time. Right? Then what was it? I go grab this. Yeah. So the bottom is finished. Now I can grab that. Oh wait, no. So wait, I go from this to that, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, Sele, how are you doing? Oh my god, Mathcam, yeah. Mathcam day today. How are you doing? Happy Monday. Your lucky day, yeah. I missed Filament. Okay, so this one should be complete, and we can complete this one, and then we can finally complete this one, yeah. That's it. Oh. Nice. What? Why are they colored? I guess to distinguish them. Okay. It's not a question of what color my filament must be. Okay. That's good. Okay, so the blue we need to start from the top left, so from this one, and we basically do a U. Okay. So we need to be cyan before we enter the blue. The black one. Okay. Does some kind of N pattern. Oh, is my week starting off? Not bad, not bad. My week starting off with a stream day, so. And with a game I really, really like. So It's not a bad day. Although I've taken a little bit of a break from Filament because, well, you know, there can be too much of a good thing. Okay, so purple starts from the top there and yellow starts from here. I think we're going to start with yellow actually. Probably. Then it would need to go over there. Guess we can bounce around using this. That's purple. We need to touch the yellow of purple now. Basically, I think we need to touch the yellow of everybody now. Though we need to be careful to leave it... to leave the possibility to go back and touch them again. Is that all the yellow? Yeah, that's all the yellow. So we need to do the yellow path. And that's okay that we touch them out of order right now, because they're not completed. It's the order in which we complete the pillars that matter. So that's fine to do. Then we'll need to go purple. The black one... Oh, interesting. The black one's gonna be interesting. That might be messed up already. Like, we could go do this. I guess technically we could do that. But that won't work, will it? Okay, so how about... I guess... How about I do this? No, because this kills the filament. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, it was just a bug. That's better. A little bit. But it must be in order. Interesting. So next one... Wait a minute. No, next one needs to be this one. Oh my god. This is a nightmare. Yellow, its next one is that. The U can be this. But that won't work. But then I'm boned, basically. If I do that, okay. So let's assume it's not like that. So we go back this way, I guess? No, we can't. We cannot. Okay. Yep. We could have something like that, but then I'm trapped inside my own filament cage. I think we did something that doesn't work with the yellow. Okay. Can we start here then, maybe? Or maybe... Oh, maybe I have an ID. No? Maybe I don't have an ID. Oh yeah, because this needs to start yellow. Okay, I see. How about this then? If we grab this... Then maybe we go grab that. No, because then I can't touch this ever again if I do this. So this won't work. That would kill my filament. That won't work. That just won't. This one is going to be a problem if I do that. But I can't walk through here, so there's no way I can do that. Huh. Oh my god. The difficulty level went through the roof all of a sudden. I didn't expect that. I'll be honest. Can I start with purple? Or with cyan? I don't know, anything else. Please. Okay, no, so cyan, like, my starter point for cyan would be this, or this. But here I have several things I need to touch in cyan that can only be activated after this. So cyan has to be after yellow. Good to know. Purple. Here I start and end purple. I could do purple before yellow, I suppose. Could I? Based on black? I mean, black would be fine with that. Doesn't give a strong opinion on that. What if I start like this? If I start yellow here... But that's pretty much exactly what I did, no? Earlier. I guess the difference is that I have started with that one here. So I don't need to touch it again. Which means, no, I could double back and go grab this immediately. And so this part would be completed. And now I don't need to touch anything yellow ever again. Okay. Yeah, I suppose that could work. The problem with that... Wait a minute. Oh yeah, no, that worked. Yeah. These ones don't require anything particular in terms of color. What if I go around? The other one can be any color, so I don't really need to. Oh, but there is that. Okay. What if I do this? I touch it twice. Oh my god. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Game. Seriously? That doesn't work? Oh, but I can do this. Yeah, okay. And then I complete this. Right? Yep. And then for the purple, the remaining one is the last one. And for the black, the remaining one is the last one too. So I touch this, and I touch that, and now I don't need to touch the other ones ever again. Okay. No, I need to go down. And so for the blue one, I haven't started the blue one. So I need to touch this first. Okay. And then I need to be blue to touch anything else. So that means I do need to go touch this, right? Maybe I shouldn't go down first then. Maybe I can go up here and then I go down and I'm blue. And then I can go around. No. I'm going to have to go... how is this going to go? Maybe... Oh, I know. I can go do that, can't I? Or maybe even I can do that. Yeah, but... that won't work. How do I touch this 3 times? Basically is the question here. While... maybe this can be one. No, it can't. Okay, how about this? I go around here. I touch this a second time. This touches it a third time. Yeah, that's gonna work. Because then I can grab this and on my way back I'm white. Okay. Ooh. That was a difficult one. Oh, and we had the ad break in between. Okay. But hey, we succeeded. Oh, and this enabled that one, didn't it? Yep. I guess we can have a look at it. Let's look. Oh no, it's one of these ones. I suck at these ones. Well, the start is easy. Isn't it? Wait a minute, why aren't you not working? Eh? Yeah, but my filament is dead now. So I have to start like this, but then... The hell? Can I touch this? I can't. How am I supposed to activate it? Let me check something. I suspect here... I suspect we need to activate another anchor before we can do this one. Like, we can enter the anchor, but I suspect there's another starting point. Right? I suspect... Because this couldn't work, right? I know what. It's literally the only anchor I can touch. So I suspect like one of these... Oh wait, no, we have black pairs of anchors. Wait a second. Oh no. What the hell is this mess? And there's an odd number of them? The what? Okay, so let's see. But then this would be dead. I am so utterly puzzled. Do not compute. How is this supposed to work? It can't, it just can't. Can it? And then what? What do you expect me to do, game? I like this emote. That's a serve. Like this is not possible. This won't work. Let's look at the network. All the black dotted ones are starting points, so there's no way to light them up, right? And I have an odd number of them. And what if I touch this and then this? It doesn't work. And what if... Ah, okay, it revives my filament. I see. Oh, but then... Oh no. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand what's supposed to happen here. It's a huge mess, but I can do it, probably. So let's see, what if we grab that? Then we can grab these two, probably. No, we can't. Okay, so we'll have to start with the bottom one, probably. Then I need to kill the filament voluntarily. And then I have all the starting points. Okay. Oh, but then I'm blocked because I can't return. So that's not a clever one to grab like that. Would this be a clever one? Not necessarily, because then how do I grab it the next time? Okay. This would be okay, however. So I can revive my filament and then I can grab that. Yeah. Okay. And then I can go and grab this pillar. Okay. Oh, that's a fun one. I do like this puzzle. Oh, that's gonna be a mess. Because I bet, like, yeah, if I go through it with my filament dead, it doesn't count. So I'm going to need to mess with killing my filament on a selective basis. Oh no. I guess you can do this. Then we kill it, and then we can't go through these gates again. And we can go once through this one. So we have to go there dead at least once. But we... okay. So that works, but we need to have done a trip while alive through the last gate, basically. Actually... yeah, like this, I think. Oh no, we can't. Uh-huh. How about we do this? And then we return alive to everything. Yeah, that works. The Schrödinger filament. Okay, so this puzzle. Oh, I remember that. I remember that puzzle. It was a hell of a puzzle to do. Well, not that specific puzzle, obviously. But, you know, we had one where we had walls. Instead of, like, dead or alive stuff, we had walls. It was a nightmare. Because here we can't touch anything. Technically, we could do that. But then we can't touch anything else. I could go there. No. No. I don't think that's going to fly because I'm going to need to go around. I'm trying to see if there's a way to start without killing my filament, and I don't think so. I don't actually think so. Does this revive my filament? No, it doesn't. And does touching it again kill it? No. So we're going to have to be very selective with when we kill the filament. And that's what I'm worried about. Well, we could do this, but then we could never grab the yellow if we did that. Oh, an interesting observation also is that we have an odd number of each of them, I think. Yeah. We have 3 yellows, we have 3 cyans, then we have 5 purple. So I think it's going to be a matter of like doing like, I don't know, maybe a yellow circuit and then killing the filament in the last touch. Oh yeah, we could voluntarily do some things that kills the filament. It's not a problem technically because we can revive it. I didn't realize that. Like if I do this, yes, sure, it kills my filament, but I have lit up a pillar, right? And then maybe I can be like, hey, let's... No, that would mess things up. Let's do what? Like I would go around, but it wouldn't really... do anything for me. I mean, that does work. Then I can do this one all at once, basically. I suppose. But then I cannot really do this middle pillar. Ever. I mean, it's an idea. I could also do it with these ones. Which one it is in this case doesn't really matter at all. And then that means I could grab purple. For something. I mean, I could grab purple. Oh wait, I'm cyan still. Then I could grab cyan. Go yellow, it kills it, that's fine. Then I could grab this, grab purple, grab these two, I become cyan, that's fine. Grab yellow to kill it. Then I revive, and then I'm on my way back, I become yellow, but that's fine because it opens the door. Yeah, that works.
Maybe a little late to bring this up, but maybe I'm just not worth saving. There's not a whole lot I bring to the table that someone else couldn't do. I wasn't particularly useful when my crew needed me. Just said what I could to try and keep morale up, knowing full well there was nothing I could do to help. here now. Me sitting here saying things. You, on the other side of this door, doing things.
Oh, that's so sad, Juniper. I'm very conflicted about this character because it seems so sincere and like she sounds like she's genuinely struggling with all that, but at the same time there are some stuff that just doesn't match between the messages and what she says. Or have the messages been redacted? Is it the other way around? You know? Maybe somebody edited the emails records. But then who? It doesn't make sense because you'd need... Like, we needed to unlock physically some stuff to go unlock the record. So it would need somebody who's able to bypass the passwords. Or other possibility, it's somebody who genuinely feels bad about their role, about the ship. Like, what she's telling us is, like, for the most part, sincere. But somehow she's trying to hide some actions, or her memories have been edited somehow. Like, for example, she's telling us, oh yeah, I just try to keep morale up and say stuff. It's not true, she did a lot of stuff, but at the end, when they were all locked out of the ship, then she retreated, so she wasn't either like trying to keep morale up, it was people trying to pull Juniper out of the huge pit of depression she was in because her friends were dead. Which is very understandable. But then when she says, oh, I was there with them. No, it's not true. You were locked up in your room and people were like, is Juniper okay? What do we do? How do we try to get her to talk to us? You know? So yeah, I'm very confused by all that. Okay. Also, there's something going behind there. There are some things that just don't line up. And I don't understand how they go together. Okay, let's look at this. So we have zones here. Okay. Can I... If I go from one gray zone to the other... No, it doesn't work. And each zone also has pillars of different heights, which is interesting. So like if we assume we start with this one, then we'd have to do this one is this zone, then this one, and then this one, right? Or like that, maybe. Then we could potentially... do that, but not really. Because this has to be done last in its zone. Wait a minute. Yeah. Where does this go? This goes all the way along with these ones, I see. So maybe it is this direction that we go. Can I touch this? I mean, I can, but it doesn't... Like, it would be too close to reuse that, which I assume we're going to need. We can do that, I guess. Then we can do this. But that's not gonna work, because then we'd have to do that. Okay. So we shouldn't try to do that right now. Okay, so maybe then we do this zone. Yes, but... Uh-huh. So we can't have used this pillar right now. And there's nothing I could do otherwise. Okay. What if we start differently then? What can we start with if we want to start differently? Not much, I'm afraid. Maybe this one we could start with? Yeah, this could work. Maybe then we grab this one. And we do this zone. Because then that means that we can come back here. Ah, no, we can't. Never mind. Well, I suppose... Once we have done that, we can absolutely go and grab things like that. And then it would have to be this one. We touch that, we touch that. Yep, yep. Oh, I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe at the last moment we're going to discover that we blundered. No, it's going to work. Okay, we can go in the right order around these two. That's fine. Yay! So here, the obvious one to start with would be this one, which probably means it's wrong. But hey, we can try. No, that works. Then we could probably grab this. No, wrong order. So I suppose... Oh wait, no, they're not in the same zone. Duh. I'm getting confused by the zones. Wait a minute. So this one... Right here. Alright. This wouldn't work, so we probably need to give it a wide berth and go like that. What's our next one then? This one? I suppose this one, yeah? And then this? Yep. So then we go for it. A small little one right here, which means this is next. And then this and this, and we're finished, I think. Yep. Nice. Well, I was wrong. The obvious starting choice was actually the correct one. Okay, so we can do this little zone here. It's not too much of a bother. What about this zone? Where does it take us? Ah, I see. So we probably need to have done this in the middle here before. Can we do it in that order then? No, because we'll never grab that afterwards. Then what if we go here? No, definitely not. No, this won't work because we can't go in between here anymore. I suppose we could go around like this. Where would be the next one? This would be in this zone. With this. And this. So maybe something like that? But then how do I go back? No, wait. I can't go from this to this one, no? I suppose I can. Not very helpful though. What's next here, I said? I say this one. Wait, would this work? It would. It's not the right choice, but it would work. How about this? Can do that. But then I have issues, don't I? Because then I'm nearly touching that, yeah. I guess technically no, if I do that I'm dead. Absolutely dead. Wait, I could start with this. No, I can't. I can't. Can I start with this, actually? No. Proud of me? Thank you, thank you. Okay, so maybe this was the wrong place to start. Just outright the wrong place to start. That's not correct either. But I don't see a better way to start. That's my problem here. I guess I can do this. No, that wouldn't work because it blocks this one. Oh my god, this is complicated. Same problem here. It has to be this. There's no other way around. Which means the next one has to be this one? No? Wait. They're not... No, it's not the same zone. Sorry. The next one would have to be... So not this. Oh, wait a minute. They're not supposed to go in the right order? I can touch them in any order in the zone? Oh, that changes things. Are you serious? Oh! Oh, that changes so many things. Though maybe it's supposed to help us find the right order or something like that. Wrong zone? Hang on. Yeah, wrong zone. Maybe we're fine. What if we do this zone next? I'm sure that would be fine, wouldn't it? But it seems the order is more of a suggestion. It seems weird. It's super sus. Yeah, okay. It wasn't a suggestion, just it's not telling us until the end where it's like, nope, you did something wrong. Okay. I wasn't going completely crazy. That would have made things so much easier. Unfortunately. Okay, so I think we have to go above here. And then it's this one, isn't it? Yeah. Wait a minute. It's this one, then this one? Ah, oh, maybe. Hang on. What if we do that? We go around here. Then we go around this wall. And then we come back from here. Touch this. Is it... That doesn't seem like a very good plan. Hey Lennox, what are you doing? Happy Monday. Hydrate, thank you. I'm kind of out of coffee, but I have water. Well, yeah, I'm doing great. Good to see me back on again. Yeah, we went back to Filament today. I was in the mood for some Filament. And Pijo, hey! Welcome in. Welcome in as well. I can book chat. All the chatters. I think I need to do my to have my sound effects louder. Okay, so how about... No, because we couldn't go in between if we do that. So that wouldn't work. Ace has been making music and you're trying to figure out a part of it, not lining up before doing errands. Nice. Very nice. It has to be that, right? It has to be, but then how do I do the next part? Or maybe I go back up, like this? No, because the next one I need to... it's this one. I can't... The order is messing me up. The order in which I need to do things is messing me up here. If I do that, then it needs to be like this, and then I go back around. But if I do that, I'm never going to be able to touch that one again, and that's what I'm concerned about. Unless I use the one that's inside. I don't even know if that's possible. No, I'm making all kinds of impossible things now. It can't be, it just can't. So how about I go there and I go all the way down there? Is this going to work? And then you would be next. So it would be this zone complete. And then I can go grab this one. This one and this one. Yep. Then we go there. I'm very, very concerned about the tall one in the middle. The Refuel piano is really great. Yeah, I love the music of this game. Yep, that doesn't work. The music of this game is absolutely amazing. So we're on to something here, but not quite. It's good for being productive. Yeah, it's good background music. Yeah, absolutely. You are 100% right. Let's see here. Could I go straight for this one? I suppose I could. Then I could go grab this one, and then this needs to be next. Then in this zone... Oh no, there's another one up there that would need to be grabbed first, which we can do. No, we cannot do. Well, maybe we can do. Like this. And then that, and then that one. Okay, so it's this zone covered. Then we would need to go up. Grab this. Go back out. Is it in this order? Yep. Yep. Oh, we might be onto something here. Yeah. Whew. Oh my god, that was complicated. Well, it was the last one of this pillar, so it makes sense, you know. Do we have a Juniper message? No, no Juniper. Juniper is going all Expedition 33 on us. I won't say anymore to not give any spoilers, but I mean... both are sad games. Expedition 33 is almost making me want to learn this kind of QT games. It's games that are very, very out of my comfort zone, so I don't usually play them. but it's kinda making me want to play it, not gonna lie. Let's try this. What do we have here? Oh, this one. Oh, this one was a nightmare. Oh no. So this one, you see we have filament here in the middle, and when I pull my filament, this filament in the middle moves. Right? So basically it's like, I don't know, a macroscopic view of my filament. And basically, I need to make it cycle enough to have at the end the right length when I touch the filament to the white part in the middle. So there's a single pillar in this whole room, and it's the center pillar. So I need to have a very precise length of filament pulled when I touch it, and it's a nightmare to do. So I'm not going to try to do that right now. Because... nope. Just nope. It's not like chat can brainstorm it either, because how would you even do that? Without having the precise measurements of the room and the length of filament I need to have and stuff like that. Okay, so what do we have here? Oh, I think I remember this one. Yeah, I have several robots here, so here I have one that I need to touch. I have a pillar that needs to be touched this time, but I only have one pillar, right? Now if I go to the other robots, you see that this center pillar on the 3 side already has one contact. Do we try for this one, or will we try something else? Maybe we try something else. I tried this previously and it was super complicated as well. I'm not sure I'm up for that right now. Let's try this. What do we have here? Okay. Interesting. So we have colored pillars. And we have fluctuating stuff. Uh-huh. I'm not sure what this means. I guess we're going to find out. Maybe we go purple now? Can't really go purple now. What if I go yellow? Well, wouldn't really help. Is there parity question? So let's see, we have 5 yellow pillars outside of the middle ones. We have 2 cyan pillars. and 2 purple pillars. So we need to touch at least 1 yellow pillars in the middle. We need to touch an odd number of yellow pillars in the middle, basically. So what I've done is wrong. We need to touch an odd number of yellow pillars and an even number of cyan and purple ones. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's correct. And so an odd number of yellow pillars means 1. It's not like we have a choice here. And so an even number of cyan and purple pillars means 2. Which means that this one has to be cyan and this one has to be purple. Well, assuming we start with the yellow one. Yeah. Okay. So then I suppose we could do this. Maybe like that? Nope, we had an ad break. During the ad break, I'm going to go do coffee and go to the restroom real quick. So we're going to be right back in just a few minutes. I'm going to go to the be right back screen in the meantime. And so, yeah, see you in a few minutes. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I guess we don't have to have the webcam on right now. The math cam. I know Celi's gonna be sad, but we aren't using it right now. It's okay, she didn't notice. Nobody tell her. We'll see if she notices. I noticed! Dang it. Busted. Yeah, I suppose we can just go around like this. Oh no, we can't. Oh. You are too busy crying. I see, I see. It's not math cam anymore, it's sad cam. Oh. Okay. What's happening here? I am touching everything. Why? Why no? Is it something like the oscillating one need to be touched on the top or some crap like that? Could be, right? Ah. Oh, those who are oscillating together need to have the same color? No, they're not oscillating together, really. They can't all be touched on the top, can they? The fact that we need to have an odd number of yellow touched remains. So that would match with touching the yellow one on the bottom first. And if we did that, we would have a problem, wouldn't we? We would have a problem because then we would have 5 blue and 3 purple. So that wouldn't work. So they can't all be touched on the top, the oscillating ones. That's what we just proved. What's going on then? Why didn't it work? Like before I touch anything, they're also oscillating, right? It's not like giving me an order or anything. We have one pillar that we know needs to be blue. Like this needs to be blue. We don't have a choice here. Whether we touch top of bottom, whether we touch top of bottom, we have purple. You were promised math. I mean, we are doing math. We're just not writing it down. We are doing a lot of logic. So then the only question is whether the yellow is here or here. And this choice determines which one of these we touch, right? And then we can choose between top and bottom here and here, but that's it. So if we touch bottom here, we have to touch top here. If we touch bottom here, we have to touch top here. And if we touch bottom here, we touch top here. That means we touch bottom here. So these ones go together, basically. This and this go together and are opposed to this one. So this and this cannot be touched on the same side. Which means absolutely nothing with regards to these, because then again they can be touched either top or bottom, it doesn't change a thing. What I'm trying to see here is whether there's some kind of way to recognize like which of the two pillars I need to touch for each of them. If it's encoded like in the oscillation or something like that. Is there some kind of pattern? I thought initially that there was like fast ones and slow ones, but it seems to vary. It's not like we can say, oh, this is oscillating slow and this is oscillating fast, so they're different stuff. It's not a question of synchronicity because they're seemingly random. I suppose we could say... I don't know. Like for example, if I do this, then I know that this needs to be yellow. So I can do something like that. And then I don't know, really, what I do. Maybe I do something like that, I don't know. I'm going completely around at random now. I mean, sure, I can do that, but that's completely random. A posture check. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have too bad posture right now. But that's a good opportunity for everybody to do a posture check. Let's see, what does the arrow tell us? I mean, the arrow's fine. So why is it not opening up then? Oh, do I need... Wait a minute. Do I need to then pair them up? No. No, I don't need to pair them up in black. That's good. But why isn't it opening? What am I doing wrong? Normally the arrow near the door when we do like something wrong at the end just flashes red for a moment, but here it just doesn't. It doesn't do anything. Technically, we could also just ignore them, you know. The ones that are flashing, just not do anything with them? But that would be weird. I'd be surprised it would be that. There's nothing to gain by ignoring a pillar. No, that like touching the black ones doesn't revive my filament in any way, whether it's the same color or not. Nope, nope, nope. I'm not quite sure, I'll be honest. I'm absolutely not sure what to do here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't see an order. I don't see... I don't see anything that distinguishes these four gates between each other. And I know we've proven mathematically that they cannot all be of the same, like be touched in the same side. So what the hell? I guess, what did we have? Maybe it's the first one is the only one we have information. Pick bar is supposed to be top. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Yeah. Pick bar is supposed to be on the top, so maybe it just means that the first one needs to be touched on the top. And then that gives us a sense of directionality. Because now we know that this is a yellow one, for example. And we know that this is a blue one. We can go there. Grab this. These don't matter much. Maybe we can do something like that. Yeah. Okay, we solved it. We just need to grab the last one here, and here we go. Woo! Okay, so flashing meant it didn't matter. It was just a matter of touching the first one on the top. Okay. Well, that's fine then. What else do we have? What is this again? Oh. Oh no. That again. I guess sure. So what do we have here? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we have all sorts of directionality here. Okay, so the outline around the ones that are going to light up tells us which colors they're going to light up in. So if we do this, for example, that would work. Then we could light that up. Something like that, probably. I suppose, why not? Sure. No. We do need, while we are purple, to go grab this. Then we can touch all this. And we can go grabby. And something like that. Yeah. Okay. That works. So here again we have some directionality. To activate the purple we need yellow and blue on the left. Okay. And to deactivate the blue we need to have done some purple. Interesting. So that means we cannot start with the blue. We might start with yellow, I think. Yep. Yeah, I think that works. Probably. Let's try. So then we can grab this, right? Which allows us to grab this one, then this one, then this one. Then we can go blue. Well, cyan. We have to grab this before this. But once we've done that, we are allowed to go purple. And it doesn't matter if I touch these intermediate pillars with the wrong colors, as long as I touch them at some point. Oh, but that's a good point, because I'm going to need to be able to touch this one at some point, and right now I'm not. Okay. What if I go yellow? That wouldn't work, though. Interesting. So does that mean that... No, because this is going to be yellow. Unless I start with purple. I could start with purple, maybe. Well, I don't have that many options, though. Maybe. Okay, let's try that. So what if I do this? right? Then maybe I go yellow. Look at all that math! Yeah, lots of math, right? Hang on, no, I need to turn off the yellow. Lots of math, but lots of math we haven't done much with. I mean, this part we have done something with. This whole part is okay. This we haven't figured it out. We don't even really know if it means something. So yeah, that's an open question mark. To be seen. Okay, yeah, I think we solved it now. Because on the return trip, we're going to touch this pillar with yellow, and then we touch this, and that's it. Yep. Okay, so we have pairs of purple, which is interesting because we have a solitary purple there. I see how it is. So it would be tempting here to be like, hey, let's do that, right? But then I can never go touch this if I do that. So the question is, how do I achieve touching one and not the other and going reverse the other way? I could do that, but then I would be fucked for the purple. That would probably not work. I guess technically I can start with that side. Oh, actually no, I can't. And I could do that, right? That allows me to start from the top, which might be more... Give me more options, I guess? Not really. No, it doesn't really give me more options. Dang. It's a difficult one. Okay, what if we do... Let's see. Nope, not gonna work. Didn't touch anything. I can do that. but then I can never go back. So it doesn't really help. As much as I'd like to pretend it does. Same problem here. Like, I could pretend this helps, but in reality it just prevents me from touching that. That's not going to allow me to pass around this. So it's a non-starter. Oh my god! This is such a difficult puzzle. It appears so simple and it's so difficult. Hey Guppy, how are you doing? Happy Filament Day, yeah. Filament Day. How is your Monday going? I am utterly puzzled. I have no idea what to do right now. How the hell do I do that? You just napped for an hour. Ooh, nice. Very nice. That's never gonna work. What about this? I mean, sure, but then what do I do with it? That could work. If I do this... Nope. I'd need to go there. Then I could go around here. Then what? Because I don't have anything to bounce around anymore. Okay, so we're on to something here. We're on to something here, but not quite. What if I start with the bottom? What if I start... No, because this prevents me from touching this thing. Aha, maybe. Hang on a minute. Okay, so now it's a white filament. No, because now I'm going to have to touch it twice. I have no choice. If I try to go around there, I have to touch it twice. So I need to come here at this one from the top. What if I start with this then? What if I start... let's see. How would this go? No, that's not gonna work. Aha. That's not gonna work. Oh no. I had something. Hey Jerry Mondu. How is it going? Are you trying to do percussive maintenance on Guppy? Why are you trying to do percussive maintenance on Guppy? This is super difficult. I have no idea how to solve that one. I'm completely lost. Like, sure, I can... No, I can't start here. I'd have to start here. Then I could come from the top, I assume. Not even sure. No, can't. How did I do that even? In the first place? I think I did it like that. Yeah. I think that's how I did it in the first place. So what if I try to do... No, that doesn't work. So what I did earlier was something like that, right? And then I can bounce around. But then I cannot do that for purple. To be able to do that for purple, I would need to come from the right. And that would mean that the entire bottom row would need to be free, and I just don't have that possibility. Or I would need to be able to, like, go down in between go around the right pillar, come back, go around the left pillars, go back around, and then have something to hold me against the last pillar, which I don't, obviously. Can I intersperse the solution of the purple in here? Or even like here I've managed to separate being yellow for a moment without having to disable it immediately, right? And that's the whole purpose of this thing, see? So I have to take this opportunity. But I don't necessarily have to go back to being yellow immediately. If no between that I can do something with the purple. Then that would be fine. Question is what? Like I can go purple here, but I immediately have to cancel it if I do it like that. Same, I can go purple here, but I immediately have to cancel it like that. Oh wait. I might know. I might know. Hang on a minute. So let's go around, let's do that. No. What if I mean, this could work if I could touch this again. How do I touch this again, is the question. I suppose. And for this, I have literally no answer. I mean, I can touch it again. That's not a problem. The problem is that then I can't go out. I'm trapped in here. As soon as I untouch it, it just closes the door. Ah! This is super difficult. Go around the middle one. Then the right, then the left. Let me see. So you're saying around the middle one. But no, because I'm white right now. I need to be purple when I touch this pillar. That's my problem here. So yes, I can do that, but then I'm never purple when I touch this, right? So I need to be able to decorrelate touching like the top of one pillar and the bottom of the other. So you see that's what I managed to do here on the yellow by going below, going around this, then around something else. I suppose here I don't have to go around this. I could go around this, in fact. And then go back to white. And that would give me a pillar in the middle. But then that's a problem because I have nothing to bounce around. Right? So that's not gonna work. And I can't touch these pillars while I'm here. I mean, I could. Oh, God. Okay, what if I do this? No, I'm never going to touch this one again. This is not really an option. Oh! No, 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 no. I mean, I wish, but no. I could do that, but then the problem is I can never touch this one. Same problem here. I could do that, but then I can never touch this one. So here, I could do this, right? But I would need something behind. Oh. Hang on a minute. How about then I do this, right? I'm allowed to do that. I think I got it. I might have it now. We do need to be like this. I suppose that means we have to do that. Aha! Aha! Solved it! Oh my god. Thank you, Sally. You're just saying that because I have Mathcam on, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe. We're making progress, we're making progress. Okay, oh, a constellation one. Interesting. It's been a long time. Okay, so here's the rules. If there are several segments to a certain pillar, we need to touch it this number of times, and we need to follow the lines for the links between the different pillars. That's pretty much it, I think. So let's see. Oh, but they are linked together. Interesting. Oh, that makes things more complicated, doesn't it? I suppose this won't work, won't it? Oh, maybe. No. Okay. Overloaded this one. Right, how about this? Overloaded this one. Okay. Then how about this? Okay, that one's okay. I don't understand. Oh, is it the ones that are linked together? That get lit up? Yep, okay, I get it. I didn't understand how stuff was lit. So everything that's connected to a pillar I touch gets a bar, right? So for example, I cannot go touch this one because then when I touch this one, it's going to overload the first one. So this one is in fact never gonna be touched. Which means I need to touch this once. And then I cannot touch this one. Well, I have to, but... Huh. Hang on. I suppose I don't have to. Like if I do this, it does fill up. Yeah, but then this one gets touched too much. Oh. So I do need to touch this once. But then... Oh, I might know. Because this is freestanding, right? So if I do this... Like this one is the only one that doesn't get overloaded. So here I add a bar right here. Dang it. I don't touch this one. Okay, so this side is fine. This side is fine. No for this side. Okay, so this needs one more. I suppose this would do. But this one will never be fulfilled, right? I can fulfill this one. But then to fulfill this, I would need to touch this once more, which right now I cannot. But it does probably mean that I need to touch this first. So this one's okay. And then if I touch this, yep, everybody's fulfilled. Okay. That's a fun one. No doubt it's going to become a nightmare very soon, but it's a fun one to start with. Question, if I touch this, no, it doesn't light it up, okay. So this one just doesn't have any effect. Basically. Nope, I'd break. I suppose we won't solve it during the ad break, but we can take a little bit of a break, nonetheless. Can't hurt. So yeah, we're going to take just a real quick break and we're going to be back in like 2 minutes. And we're back from the ads. Welcome back, everybody. Alright, let's get back to this new constellation. I think we might try to bounce around here. Something like that. Maybe even we could just not touch this, right? Oh, but this one's going to struggle then. Well, maybe on the first round we can go around here. Oh no, because it's going to light. It does feedback on this one. Well, though maybe it's not such a problem. Ah, it is. It's not a problem if I go until there. Oops, didn't mean to go back. Which probably means that I could just turn around the whole thing. So this... oh no, because now this is overloaded, I see. I don't know, it doesn't seem like a very good option. There's probably something to be done about like the sum of the summits or something like this. But yeah. What about I go around the central part? Like I wind it up. Then I can touch that. Touch that. This is never gonna work. It's fun, but it's just not working. I don't know what to do really. I'm not that far, but that's still pretty far. I haven't confirmed, but yeah, I can only touch them following the links. That's correct. So this one is complicated, right? Because in these types of puzzles, often you have like regions that you can do separately and just be like, okay, I do the left part and then I do the right part. And I have to find out which order they need to be done in, but other than that, I'm good, right? For this, it doesn't work a reason like that. It just doesn't. It's all an interconnected mess. I almost want to try doing it on paper. I don't know if I can though. Let's try maybe. Let's maybe try. So, Mathcam. Come over here. So what do we have? Let's see. If I try to draw the network... where's my pen? I lost my pen. So this one has how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have a node. That's the 6. Which is connected to an infinity node. which is connected here to a 4 node. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 5? Huh. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for this one. So that's starting to give me ideas about what can, well, what has to be touched and what doesn't have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm being disconnected from chat. Oh no. Up there we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. Then we have a 5 there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as well. Interesting. So here the interesting observation is that the odd ones need to be touched an odd amount of times and the even ones an even amount of times. Because when I touch them directly, well, I guess it depends. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Because here I don't touch them, but they still get 1 charge. So maybe I'm wrong here. So what if I go around like the 7 circle here? So this one at the end would be fulfilled by that. Not the other ones. Okay, interesting, interesting. So here I'm at an impasse if I do that, because this one is fulfilled. If I touch anything like this one, oh, I guess this one isn't fulfilled if I do that. But yeah, if I want to go back now, this one's gonna be overloaded, right? I guess I could walk it back 1. But then what? I'm not sure what I do then. Here, if I do this, it gives me an ever-expanding core of stuff I can't touch anymore. Right? But that's already a dead run. Because, well, ignore that. But here, if I touch either of those, and I need to do that to complete them, then it's going to overload this one. So that wouldn't work. I'm not quite sure. Oh my god. Drawing it on paper doesn't really help me much, because I don't know what kind of math to do on it. I'm not a specialist in graphs. I'm sure there is some stuff to be done with graph theory about this, but yeah. My instinct would be to go touch the one that has the most remaining lights each time. Like the neighbor that has the most remaining lights. So we could say, oh, let's go like 7. Then I suppose this one would be the one with the most remaining lights. Which will make either of those the next ones. Why not this? Then if I do that, this one has 3, this one has 4, this one has 4. Infinity. Then this one would be next. Which would mean this one next, then that. Then obviously I don't have much of a choice. But then I'm dead. There are some places where I made random choices, but like for example here I could decide to go around this way instead. Here I'm 4 and 4, so E. Who to trust? But yeah, that's just not gonna work. It's just a random walk on the graph, really. I suppose in infinite time, if we do a random walk on the graph, we are gonna converge, but I'd like to do something slightly better than infinite time, if at all possible. So let's see, what's the total? Um. Is there any math I can do that's not hugely complex? I don't want to have to solve an equation with like, how many variables would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 variables. Granted, I can probably remove like 2 of them, but 3? 3. Because the number of times I go on this branch is the exact number of times I go on this branch. Actually, not even true. I could go around this pillar. So I don't really want to solve a system of 13 equations. For relatively obvious reasons, if you've ever tried to do something like that. So I need some kind of... some kind of tip, basically. What? Some kind of hint as to where to go next. Or the kind of structures that I need to see on my graph, basically. So let's see, for example, if I were to touch this 8 times, I would overwhelm everybody around it. So the maximum number of times I can touch this pillar is 6, right? The maximum number of times I can touch these pillars is 4 in total. So it means this one is going to need like 2 neighbors. Well, it's less than 4 really. Like, because if I touch this, well, I guess it is 4 in total, but between them. And then I would have 2 remaining on one and 1 on the other. So like this cell, basically, I can put a 4 in the middle. And that's the number of times I can touch the pillars around this cell. Shared among them. Same here, that's a 5. I can touch 5 times the pillar around this cell. Right? Because if I touch like... well, I can try, but I think that's it. 2, 3, 3, 4. I'd have to go around. 5. That's not entirely true. I could technically touch them 6 times. Because I suppose it's not a triangle, because it's a square. So this would be a 6 is the number of times I can touch. I can like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah. One, 2, 3. I don't know. Okay, let's do it like that. So for this little part here, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 it seems. Without counting the infinite pillar. Because it's pretty much like it's a point where I can turn, but other than that it doesn't influence the rest. Sure. So how about this one? 2, 3, 4, 5, I suppose. Yeah, 5. So that would be a 5. And finally 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, I suppose. I guess. Yeah. Seems to be about the best I could do here. I don't know if this really provides us with any useful information, to be honest. Three, 4, 5. Oh. 5, 6, 6, possibly 7. Let's say 6. Does it really provide me with any usable information? I guess it just tells me that this is a central area where most of the stuff is going around. But we kinda already knew that, I suppose. technically we could do something like that. Well, that won't help much, will it? I'm very much baffled by this puzzle. I don't get it. Let's do something else, because I really don't get it. Oh, it's yellow when it's incomplete. I never noticed. Interesting. So white is not started, yellow is incomplete, green is complete. I see. And black is inactive. Is there anything I can do? Which isn't a nightmare. This is a nightmare. I guess this one maybe? Oh. Let's see, what is this? Complementary colors. So I become cyan. If I do this, so I can go here. Maybe here. Aha. It's not complementary colors, it's... I mean, it kind of is, but also not. Hey Infinity, how are you doing? All the raiders we missed, we haven't had any raid today. So, no missed raiders. Aha. So, okay, so the... let's see, the wheel of color gives us the color of the filament depending on the direction after exiting the pillar. So that means, for example, we can go from here to there, right? No, we can't. Okay. We cannot. Interesting. Where can we go then? Not here, not there. Interesting. I suppose we could go there, yep. Okay, so after touching this... wait a minute. Okay, yeah, so we can go there. So it's very much a graph. We just need to find out what's connected to what in the graph, right? So we could pretty much systematically try everything, and so for example, let's see. let's draw it. Let's draw this one. So we have two close ones. Let's see. We're going to leave 3 spaces here. Should replace my microphone. Okay. Then we have this. I left 3 spaces here. We can have this. Alright. Then we can have this and this and this and this. And finally that and that. Okay. So this one can send us towards this or this, right? So we can connect them. So this is a connection, this is a connection. Alright. This one cannot send us here, cannot send us here, cannot send us here, can send us here. So this is linked there. It cannot really send us here because there's something in the way anyway. So we could send us here. Can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. And that's it, I believe. Did we try that? That we tried. Okay, so from here, where can we go? And where can we not go? So we could not go here. I think we could go here. No, we can't. Oh no, it's directional. These are directional arrows. It's an oriented graph, oh my god. Oh, the nightmare. But it's less nightmarish than the last one. Very much can do that. But not this. Yeah, that's not gonna work. There's something in the way. Okay. So I should mark them once I have done their ongoing connections. That way I know which ones I've done or not. And just to confirm, once I've done this, it doesn't change, right? I can still do this or this, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. At least there's that. It's predictable. Imagine the nightmare otherwise. So this one cannot connect here, cannot connect here, cannot connect here? Interesting. So you're telling me I can't connect anywhere? No, I can't connect to this one. Okay. Yeah, up. So I can... Oh, this needs to be black. I can connect there. Math. Yep. How do you feel about graphs, Sally? Oh. Interesting. Ew. Well, I guess... You love graphs. Okay. And spreadsheets. Because we have a complicated one. So the previous... did you see the previous puzzle that I gave up on? This one I think we're going to be fine. But the previous one is a real nightmare of graph theory. It's this one here. Here on each pillar, I've written down the number of times you have to light up the pillar. You start from here. You saw my Gartic masterpieces. Yeah, I'm very good at stick figures. So we start from here, we have to follow the lines. But the thing is, aside from this one, when you touch this pillar, nothing happens. But for example, if I touch this pillar, all 4 of these pillars that are connected together light up with one light. Right? And I need to light all the lights on every pillar. And it's a nightmare. I have no idea how even to approach the problem. This one is a little easier. We need to light up the pillar. You like the hungry for cheese tag? Yep. So we need to light up each pillar here. But depending on which direction we go out from a pillar, it colors the filament differently, and we can only go touch a filament like of the color of the current filament. Yeah, this one is pretty. It is. And so for example here, like I can light up this pillar here when coming from this one, so I can do that. But if I go back, for example, I cannot do that, right? So I have directional links in this graph and I need to find out where the links are, basically. What can be lit up from where, and then I need to navigate this graph. Is basically where we are at. So here from this one, okay, that's not going well. Cannot light up this one. I might be able to light up this one. Yep. So from here I can go here. And it's not necessarily like a link doesn't necessarily allow me to go in either direction. Okay, so this one is bi-directional, but the other ones aren't necessarily bi-directional. From this, where can I go? I can go to the top. Okay. I'm starting to have a better picture of what I can and cannot do, so that's good. I can do this. I can do this. Alright. Probably can't do that, no. Okay, but that gives me options, because then I can test more stuff from here. This works. This doesn't. So we already know that this works. How about this? Yes, this works. So that's a bidirectional link. And this does work. No, this doesn't work. Sorry. And I think we're probably good with that. From here, we can go towards this. We cannot go here. And that's about it, really. Right. So we need to explore a bit more the right side of the graph, I think. Well, I guess from here I could go to the left side, possibly. So this doesn't connect, this doesn't, this doesn't. This might. Yeah, this would connect. This is starting to be a very complicated schematic. I didn't keep enough space. Doesn't connect. I think it's gonna connect to the yellow. Yep. I think for this one we are pretty much done. My god, this is kind of a nightmare graph. We can go from there to there. We can go from there to there. And we can go from there to there. Oh, this one has options. I don't quite yet know. Let's see. I can't go from there to there. Okay. So that probably means that this one is complete. That's all the options I'm going to have for this one. I suppose I could come from here. Nope. Yeah. This one can go there, which I already knew. I already knew that. Okay. So let's see here, how do we navigate this? I'm noticing that this one has only one possible ingoing thread, so that's probably my last point here. Unless I missed something. Which probably means that here I go from there. So I likely start here. Maybe go there. Should I go there actually? Debatable. No, but seriously. From here I can go nowhere? Hang on. How do I even get there? No, we said I could. Oh no, we didn't say I could do that. My bad. We said I could do that. Then I can go there. And then I can go there. Oh no, okay. So you can go there, okay. That wouldn't work. Just to check. Yeah, once it's lit up, we're fine to go back on our steps. Okay. So this could technically be my endpoint then. Let's try something. So what if we do this? Then we come grab this, then this one. And then this allows us to flow to the right. So we can go grab that and that. And then I can go get this. Yeah. That's gonna work. Okay, so it was a lot of prep work. But once you know the connections, then it's not too bad. Anything for me, Juniper? No, nothing? I'm sad. Oh, but that's a new anchor for us. Oh. Yeah, so this one is very nightmarish. So you see, that's the one I was talking about that I drew up here. So here I have like 6 lights on this pillar. If I touch it once, every pillar that's connected lights up once, right? So if I touch this one, then the first one I touch has 2 lights already. And if I come back here, then like I haven't touched this even once, but it already has 3 lights. And so you need to find, but I cannot do this, for example, I cannot go diagonal. And you need to find a path along this graph that lights up everybody the exact number of times they want. So I cannot light this one up 5 times, for example. This wouldn't be allowed. And you have to, of course, follow the lights and like worry about the convexity of the thing. So you see that here, if I overtouch this one becomes dark. Because it's basically a dead pillar. And so, yeah. If somebody's into graphs, that's an interesting exercise. I'm not sure I have the courage. Not right now, at least. Let's see about this. This I do have the courage. Okay, so we have some pillars that need to be touched a number of times. And that do have a specific order. So here we need to have like yellow color, then white color. This one needs to start white. That's gonna be tricky actually. How do I touch? Because I can go purple here, I can like touch this if I want. Well, not exactly easy right now, but I could, for example, do that. Go white and go purple, touch this, touch that, but then I need to be white here, technically. So how do I do that? Maybe I need to do purple first, because of it. Right, maybe I need to do... I need to do what? Because here if I touch this and then this, yeah, it does touch the pillar, right? Maybe I do have an idea. We could turn purple here, go around, touch this multi-chrome pillar, and then that fulfills my request. Then I can fulfill the white for both of these. That's good. Then I can turn yellow, touch the 2 of these, go white. Then I do need to touch these with white. I can go blue. Touch these with blue. I stay blue. I go back here. And then I can touch blue once. Yeah. Okay. And where's the door? Oh, right there. I saw the light on the bottom, so I thought the door was on the bottom. Yeah, that does work. Okay. So there's a very specific order here. Oh, we have ads in 13 seconds. I'm going to take a quick break. Again. Then we can give a shot to this one. Let's go bathroom break. See you in a few minutes. And we are back from the ads. Welcome back, everybody. So what do we have here? Yeah, so these puzzles are easier, I think, or easier to me, at least, because I have an intuition of where to start from, right? For example, here I know that I'm going to want to tackle purple first because I have purple at the bottom of the pillars and blue at the top, right? So that obviously means I have to do purple before I can even think about cyan. So then the question is just about where to go. But it's not so much about like what I cannot do, right? So yeah, it makes things a lot easier, I think. So for example, here I go back to having like a white filament. Then this needs to be touched by white, right? So we can do something like this probably and return, and then we touch them with cyan, and then we need to not touch them anymore. Okay, that's gonna be a problem, this one, because I can't do that. So that probably means... I might want to do things like in 2 parts then? Ah, no, I can't. Well, I could if I do that. Yeah, but that doesn't work. How do I ensure here that this can be touched by cyan? What about if I do... How about I start on this side? I start with white here. And then I just go around like that. Because then whenever I do, when I want to touch cyan here, I'm going to be able to do that. Right, so for example, if I do this, then I go cyan, then I can touch these pillars, no problem. And I can touch... I cannot touch this pillar, no problem actually. Huh. Huh. Okay, good to know, good to know. I can't do that. Well... I suppose I could do something like that. Which wouldn't work because the top ones need to be touched by white at some point and not the bottom one. Uh-huh. I see. What if we really do it actually completely independently? Right. We could go around this way, we touch these. Then we can, for example, touch this and start worrying about the bottom one. Or even something like that? Maybe? Nope. I didn't want to rewind. There we go. What's going on here? Oh, yes, of course, I'm cyan at the moment. It's still the same problem. It's still the same problem that I'm going to... like... grab the cyan and then I have nothing to bounce around to go touch this. Like, I can do that, but doesn't help. I suppose I could do that, but then I cannot disconnect it. So what if I grab this one then? That way I will have a way to disconnect it on this side. So now I'm cyan. So I need to go white. Well, it seems the same freaking problem, right? I can go purple, I can go disconnect it on this side. Oh no, I can't. Could do that? Nope, not even. Right, so I can't even do that. It is trickier than I expected, to be quite honest. A lot trickier than I expected. Isn't this the first thing I tried? I think it's the first thing I tried already. Can't touch this. I can't touch that, but then I can't touch that. Right, right. So if I did that, I would need to go disconnect on this side, which would be a veritable headache. I could do that, I suppose. But then what? Doesn't help me. Oh. No, going in between them is a bad idea. We already know that for a fact. Oh. What about we start on the bottom? No way. Nope, nope, nope. Even that doesn't help. Even that. It's kinda infuriating. The disposition of these pillars makes it so difficult. I can't restart with that. Might be able to start with that. At least I solved the bottom one, which is the most complicated one. We might be onto something here. Oh no, it's okay, we can go around this. Then we go there. Yeah, okay. We can probably even go there. Ah, we almost have it. Oh my god. Almost. No, this doesn't touch. Oh, what about... No, I can't do that. I have to go against it here, like this. But then I need a return point for the last trip. Oh no. Oh, we're so close. We're so insanely close. Can't do that. So we have to do that. How about we do... No? Can we save just a bit of space? Can we intermingle them, actually? No, we won't be able to do that because then we never touch this with the cyan. Unless... wait a minute, how did I... I guess I can do that. Yeah. That I can do. Okay. Then we go cyan, we touch these. That we can do. No. Can't do that. Oh. We can maybe do that. Wait a minute. I need to finish with cyan. So here I need to... Well, I don't necessarily need to finish with cyan, but... I kinda have to, no, I kinda have to. Right! We were so close. Like, we can do that. But then what? It's just this damn starting point that's killing us every time. Like, I can grab this. That can work. I can return here, that's not a problem. I can go and touch cyan. But then I'm out of option on that side. So once again, I'm just one pillar short of success. Can I replace a pillar on that side by a pillar somewhere else to keep access to this? This would need to be this. Because here I need like the convexity. Okay, I guess this needs to be this then. Can do that. But then how do I go cyan? How do I touch it with cyan at the end? And then escape. It's not gonna work. Once again. I can touch them. That's not a problem. But then I need to turn back. And I don't have the option to turn back. Okay. Nope, can't do. Can't touch this. That's not gonna work. I could do that and then... But I think the only thing that's going to bring me is... Oh no, not even that. Not even that. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not okay. Thank you. Okay, so here we have the convexity problem, which means that if I take this, I can either use this one or this one, right? Actually no, I cannot. No, I just plain out cannot start with this one. Okay. Unless I do it like this. Then I go blue. And then I do this. And then I can't touch these anymore. Okay, but why not? Maybe. Turn around, I'm blue, dabadi dabadai. Touch this. Yeah. We're onto something here. Ooh. And that's a solution. Wow. That wasn't the last one. Supposedly this one is more complicated. Okay, so we have some that start with blue, some that start with white, some that start with purple. Or magenta, say. That's gonna be interesting. Because here if I touch this one first, then what am I gonna bounce around when I need to touch it twice with magenta? Right? I can color this magenta, I can go there. But then I can't touch this twice, right? I guess I could go there. That could work. Okay. So maybe we're onto something here. Then maybe we can go white here. We touch this, we go blue. We touch all the pillars with cyan. All the cyan we need. Then we do the trip back in white. We grab magenta color. We touch this with magenta. Hey! Easy. Never doubted me for a moment. These ones I can wrap my head around. It's sometimes complicated, but these ones I can. There are some that are like...
Hey, would you look at that? You're just a step away. You know, I don't know whether I'm ready to meet you yet. There's still a part of me that thought we wouldn't ever get here. I'd kind of come to terms with my fate. But now, I guess I've got to prepare myself for what comes next. You really are something, you know. Never met anyone quite like you.
Oh.
Well, I guess we haven't met yet. Grab that last anchor and come on up.
Wait, what do you mean grab that last anchor? I don't have to solve them all? Interesting. There are achievements to solve them all, though. We're going to grab a save here. Oh, we can't. Right. I mean, sure. There is a few things I didn't solve, but we are pretty near 100% if we finish, and if we can't go back, I think that's good enough. I would like it to 100% it, but let's try. Seriously? Unlock the cockpit, I just got an achievement. Oh my god. You ready for that, chat? I'm not sure I'm ready. She's so an AI.
All right. This was always going to be difficult. I don't know why you had to do this. What were you thinking? Boarding a filament ship like that? If you just minded your own business. I tried, you know. They're always watching me, but I tried.
It's Swan.
Now here we are. I had to do this. You understand that, right? Now I'm out of options. It's not up to me anymore. I have to go now. Goodbye, Pluto.
Huh? I'm sorry, what? It's Swan, right? Yeah, she tried to discourage us, basically, from reaching the end. Let's see. Oh my god. Yeah, she's self-destructing the ship. She claimed to be Juniper, yeah. Yeah, it's like, hey, emergency exit. Right. We're completely locked out of the other rooms. Yep. I guess we could go here. Is that the only option? I think that's the only option. The only option, I think, is the escape pods at the moment. Everything else is locked. Huh? Maybe... not? I guess we never... Wait, we never opened this one? Is there an anchor we never solved here? Okay, so we could go out this way. Let me go see the escape pods for a moment. Ooh, this is wobbling. Something fierce. But we can't use the escape pods, can we? Yeah, no, we can't use them. I don't think we can use them. Okay, so we do have a route though to escape. Yeah, it's shaking a lot. We do have a route that allows us to go back to our ship. Huh. The hell? Are we on Earth? Are we at Vermilion's place? I think we're at Vermilion's place. The what? What's going on? We have a barbecue. Hey, that's kinda cute, but what the hell? Oh wait, that's where we were supposed to go, I suppose. I have so many questions. Okay, we can't go there. I thought we were supposed to go there. A hydrate. Thank you. I can do that. Real quick. Just need to pour that coffee. We've been taken by the planet? Huh? Possibly. Oh, yeah, we don't have arms. You might be right. We don't have arms. We did have augmentations on our arms, right? I think we had augmented arms. So maybe we've been taken by the planet? When people get taken by the planet, they lose their augmentations. So maybe that's what happened? This looks like a tombstone. But then where are the others? So it's the planet who's talking to us? It's the AI on that took over the ship? So maybe it's not one who, like, kinda killed them. Yep. That's the crew. That's the crew down there on the beach. You're right. We got taken by the planet, so it's some kind of habitat, maybe? Artificial habitats? Maybe the grave could be for Vermilion. I suppose. They could have made a grave for Vermilion. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely them. So they're not dead. And you see that they're all missing their augmentations. So the one that's in the wheelchair is Marmalade, I think, or Juniper. The one that had like everything augmented. So basically they get teleported, I suppose, in a habitat. And so I guess... Oh, okay. DG on finishing, thank you. I did not expect to finish tonight because there were quite a few puzzles that we never solved. Okay, so I think it was Juniper talking to us. Probably. But remotely, right? I think what happened is basically the ship got hacked, remotely hacked, by the planet, or the AI on the planet. And either it was the AI copying Juniper and like slightly lying, to try to discourage us from going on the planet, and the AI like genuinely kind of feeling bad about... I hear voices. Okay, and so it's... So we could... So now if we want to go back and finish the puzzles we haven't finished, we can do that. Right. So yeah. I think either it's the AI that's kind of feeling bad about having to take us. And eventually, so trying to lie to us, but not too much. Or it's Juniper who's using her real experience, but kind of modifying it a little bit to try to discourage us from completing the stuff. Right? Because she knows that if she can't discourage us from unlocking the ship and going to the cockpit, then the planet is gonna have to take us. Because the planet cannot allow people to live something like that. That's kind of how I interpret it, I think. And so here, yeah. Oh, interesting. It, like, you'd have to... Hang on. It doesn't... Oh no, it does let us. So if we want to... The planet just doesn't want to be discovered. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I get. Can we...
All right.
Yeah, let's replace the end.
This was always going to be difficult. I don't know why you had to do this. What were you thinking? Boarding a filament ship like that? If you just minded your own business. I tried, you know. They're always watching me, but
Yeah,
I
they're
tried.
always watching me, so it's Juniper, I think.
Now here we are.
It's genuinely Juniper who's like, hey, I
I had
tried
to do this. You understand that, right?
I tried to get you to get away, right?
Now I'm out of options. It's not up to me anymore.
And know that you're in the cockpit, know that you found out what's going on.
I have to go now.
It's like
Goodbye,
you're gonna
Frodo.
have to be taken. Or maybe it's Swan actually. Oh. Maybe it's actually Swan who's... Like it's maybe a secret planet or something? I don't know. Like what's this kind of explosion stuff? So like here it's... Oh, you need to exit. Okay. Why is it vibrating like that? Why would she have allowed the mission to proceed there? She doesn't have a choice. It's her orders, I assume. You know it's the I tried. But now that you've succeeded, it's not up to me anymore. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, no, that's a good question. But at the same time, it's a white thing. I don't know. So many questions, right? Yeah, here we have glitches. And the instant we arrive on board the ship, I suppose it's going next to the door, yeah. It's going next to the door that triggers the thing. I'm not 100% sure to have understood everything. But I think, yeah, we're clearly on the planet. I think this is a grave for Vermilion, right? Are those cranes on the grave? Might be. No, it's flowers. It's flowers on the grave. Oh, actually there are two graves. There are two graves. Let's see if everyone is on the beach. Juniper color is purple. Gravestone for the cat? Possibly, yeah. Possibly the cat, possibly Sable. Ah. So there's a structure here. Okay. Didn't see that the first time around. Some kind of observatory maybe, or something like that. Yeah, so like in the chair you have Marmalade, I think. Or wait, who is it? Marmalade or Aubergine? Aubergine, I think. Juniper would be bluish, but they're not really in colors, right? Who would we have? We would have, so, Aubergine, Marmalade, Canary, Juniper, Pistachio. Pistachio, I guess, is the one in green, because she's also the one that doesn't... Pistachio is supposed to have modified hands. Who else? Am I missing someone? Pistachio is a good name for a dog. Hey Spud, welcome in. We just finished Filament. How are you doing? We just finished Filament, we're trying to understand what's going on. You missed the math cam! The devastation is real. Because of the math cam or because you missed the end? So, how many did we count? Definitely both. We counted 5 of them, right? On the beach. Yeah, 5, I think. Can we go see the observatory? Not really. And we're locked. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And there's supposed to be 6 of them. And we know that Vermilion is dead. We saw his body on the ship. Yes, so they all survived except for Vermilion. So the graves have to be probably one for Vermilion and yeah, maybe one for Sable. We didn't see a cat, so I assume maybe. Just means you've got what to watch tomorrow. Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, amazing game. Really amazing game. Very, very difficult towards the end. We didn't finish every puzzle. And honestly, I'm not sure I will. Because some of them are super difficult. But you can go back and finish the puzzle, so at least there's that. Oh, am I? Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Had a great day. I have a first working version of the project I was working on, so... very exciting. Well, working, mostly working. We've seen that there are some bugs, but yeah. Yeah, that's exciting, right? Yeah, I was working on a project to implement unit converter for Firebot. And I have finally brought it to a point where I can have command. So right now I have like if I do like convert oh wait, I need to be in chat if I want to do that. The Firebot wizard, it's more programming than Firebot in this case. It's an actual like programming project written in TypeScript, so JavaScript. If I do, hang on, a case that actually works, I don't know, let me grab a test case. Let's see. Math parser. Sure. Yeah, for example. Except this one doesn't work. You need like you'd like to have, I don't know, inch per 10 kilogram to centimeter per gram, for example. So this one should be correct. But yeah, there's a problem. And then gave taping them onto your chat. Well, so most of the projects, as I said, is basically a JavaScript project. I can probably show you. Let's see. Since we have, for the most part, finished anyway. That should be it, right? Yeah. Right, so here we are. So that's a test. So that's my project. Where are we? Hang on. Let me just close that because that's imported stuff, but that's the project with all its files here. And so basically when, like under the hood, when you're converting or when you're doing some math, it looks like that. So for example, if I take this, and in chat I type calculate, and I type the same expression, right? Oops. I need to not have a random character in the middle. And so it's going to answer, it's going to basically run this command here. So the text that I typed in chat ends up in this. And basically what's happening under the hood is that it takes this string. It's like, okay, here I see a number, then I see a symbol, then I see an operator, a number, an operator, a number, a symbol, an operator, a number, a symbol. It cuts out in parts that are delimited by parentheses and all that good stuff. And basically it passes stuff to a tree structure where you're going to have like 2 times kilometer plus 3 times 5 inch minus etc etc, and that then it can analyze, and then every time it has a symbol it's gonna be like, okay, do I recognize a unit in this? If yes, then maybe it's like, if it's not directly a unit, maybe it's a unit with a prefix in front of it, right? And then it's going to basically pass all this stuff. So that's a parse unit part, that's what it does. So this builds a tree structure from this string. Then I analyze the symbols to try to find units. And then I have basically a tree composed of these elements. So additions, divisions, multiplications, numbers, negatives, powers, and units. Can be slightly more complicated because you can have like units, you can have units that have prefixes, you can have well, I guess initially that's just units or units with prefixes, and then it starts doing the multiplications, the additions, the stuff, and slowly like collapsing it to what it's going to call a quantity, which is basically gonna be a number and a unit, and this unit can be like products and powers of different units that might have prefixes. It can get complicated, right? Because if I look at the compound units tests, let's see. Yes, but in here I don't have really. Like, that's a unit, right? And I need to be able to manipulate it. And I need to be able to recognize that if, let's see, where is it? Right. I need to be able to reduce stuff so that this actually looks like this, to recognize that there are stuff that cancel out, there are prefixes that change, all that stuff. And so there's quite a bit of logic behind it. That's the most complicated part, to be able to like reliably rearrange composed units with their powers and prefixes and all of that. You can also have like binary units or decimal units, so and then once you have all that, conversion is a pretty simple thing, because you have a unit, you know, that compared to its basic symbols, it's gonna be something that has a certain dimension, has a certain coefficient, and converting from one unit to the other is just basically recognizing like what's the coefficient, what's the prefactor, or something like that. So the ones that didn't work earlier, I think there's an issue with displaying like what a prefix unit looks like when I convert it to a string. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I'll have to take a look. But yeah, basically, so that's what happens when you convert. Like, you take the first part, you just parse it, collapse it, you take the second part, you parse it, you collapse it, and then you convert from one to the other, and that's a very straightforward part. If I go to the definition, the conversion is very, very simple in itself. Of course, there are some issues with the fact that sometimes you have offset units, like for temperature units, Celsius and Fahrenheit are a bit of a mess. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. So yeah. So that's like do I explicitly build the expression tree? Okay, so if you want to know a little bit more in details, let me get the music a little bit lower. Okay, so math parser. So, what happens when we have this string of text? The first thing is that we are going to like cut it into delimited groups, like try to identify if there's balanced or unbalanced delimiters. And so we take an expression. Why not take a parser off the shelf? For several reasons. The first one is that it's an interesting problem to solve. The second one is that I don't know one off the top of my head, like what I had before in Firebot did a very poor job with units. Like, in general, manipulating units is kind of complicated. So, yeah. But like, there are some relatively specific stuff due to the fact that there are units. For example, typing like 2mm, you have some kind of implicit multiplication that don't have the normal priority order compared to something else. Must be kind of common. I mean, a math parser in itself is relatively easy. The complicated part is not the math parser, right? The math parser is just being like, okay, find balance delimiter, you take a part that's inside the delimiters, then you convert it to tokens, so it's basically a big regexp. With a bit of stuff on top, so that you extract numbers, you separate operators, numbers, and symbols basically, and you have a big array of these operators, numbers, symbols. And then basically what I do is that I check that I have like only legal sequences of what I call atoms, so objects basically. And then I just build a tree where I have a power class, I have a addition class, I have a multiplication class, and so I build a nested tree like that of objects. And then these objects themselves know how to do operations on them. So when I do collapse, like a multiply object knows how to collapse a multiplication. Yeah, atomic expression, yep. So yeah, I separate all these atomic expressions, then I check that I have legal expressions, and then basically I build a tree with that. I suppose I could not check initially if it's legal, and only like check afterwards if each of them has legal stuff in it, but yeah, that's how I chose to do it. And so like a division knows how to collapse itself, etc, right? And yeah, basically like I propagate stuff down the tree to parse stuff, to collapse stuff, and that's about it. And the only thing is when I go back up, so I have this unit class, right? If I multiply 2 units, it's not a simple unit anymore. And so that's where it becomes a bit more complicated, because these units need to rearrange themselves, know how to cancel out stuff, know how to rearrange, prefixes. So for example, if you multiply like kilometer by millimeter, you don't have a prefix left, right? But if you multiply a kilometer by a hectometer, then you don't have a prefix that exactly matches what you're trying to do, right? So there are a bunch of particular cases that you have to think about. It's a ton of corner cases, basically, that you have to think about when you start doing that. And so yeah, that's the part that was really complicated, was this this part here where you need to learn how to rearrange the prefixes, etc. Operator precedence is correct, yes. There is just a very specific quirk, which is I have a test written for it. Where is it? Yeah, which is this one. So this is interpreted in the exact same way as this, even though this parenthesis isn't there, right? So I allow for an implicit multiplication at the denominator to take precedence over the division when it's between a number and a symbol. You'd have done it a little bit differently. So it's a public repository on it's on GitHub. In the Discord, I have the link shared. If you want to like take a look at the code, maybe even suggest better ways to do things, I'm interested. Or if you see stuff where you're like, that's kind of junky, and you have better ways to do it that you want to propose, I'm absolutely interested. because I'm not a professional developer. I have done quite a lot of development on both a personal and professional level, but my main job is not development. So if you want to take a look at it, feel free. And I'm not saying everything I did is correct or even, yeah, is the best way or even correct. But yeah. At least it, for the most part, works. I have some debugging to do, as we've seen earlier. And I have some stuff I want to modify a little bit. But yeah. For the most part, it worked. And that's what matters at the end of the day, right? Yeah, so there's a development, or how did I call it? Coding Shenanigans channel in Discord, and the GitHub is linked in there. So yeah, absolutely feel free to take a look at it. And I guess I do have the link. I can share it. There you go. Here's the link. My program is probably still a lot ahead of most here, or at least yours, in particular in JavaScript, TypeScript. Well, you know, I started learning TypeScript to work on stuff related with Firebot. I have another project that I'm working on, which is a Tiltify integration for Firebot. Yeah, I'm not as advanced. Basically, this project was kind of a side quest to learn unit testing in JavaScript and TypeScript, because I've never done that in any language before. And I reached a point in the Tiltify integration development where I was like, I'm going to introduce bugs if I don't do some testing. Basically. So like one of my goals with this project was to have like as close as possible to 100% code coverage with the testing and feature coverage with the testing, which for the most part I did. If I run the tests, well, there are a few things that are gonna crash right now, because when I implemented the final version, I broke the test for the main. But it's just a test. It's not... I didn't break the code itself. It's just that the test doesn't match anymore what's supposed to happen. But yeah, you can see that for the most part I have 100% code coverage. And there's quite a few tests, as you can see. What kind of thing do I see users doing this with this? Well, like, as I said, like if you have, like, if you want to do quick math, for example, I think that can be an interesting thing to do, like, rather than taking a calculator. When I do, I don't know, if I do stuff in Factorio, and I want to calculate, okay, I have this many products per second, etc. I could see I could absolutely see typing it in chat, and that way everybody has the results instead of having the calculator on the side and just doing math in the background that chat cannot see. So that can be an interesting thing. And yeah, as I said, it's so this project initially is born from so when I developed Venbot, which is a bot that was used initially by FG and then a little bit by Jess as well. Well, mostly by Jess. A little bit by FG at the start, and then mostly by Jess. At some point, Jess was like, is there a way to have something like to convert, like for the most part is like converting between imperial units and metric units, because every time chat is confused, you know? When you say something in imperial system, half of your viewers are going to be like, what the hell is this? What the hell does a pound mean, you know? Or an inch. How many 6.2 inches is in centimeters or whatever? And so yeah, basically, so in Venbot I added a quick and dirty thing with, like, Venbot was in Python, so I just imported a module that claimed to do unit conversion, and I looked a little bit at the code of the unit converter because I had to modify it because it wouldn't handle imperial units, so I had to hack it. I was like, this is absolute junk. Like, it's very quickly I could see a ton of cases where it just wouldn't work. A ton of stuff it just couldn't do. And so yeah, I always was like, someday I'm going to rewrite this whole thing. And eventually, like, Venbot kind of stopped working, and I've not been maintaining for years at this point, so it makes sense that it stopped working. And the only thing it was still used for was the unit converter. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to write one for Firebot, because that's the bot I'm using, that's the bot Jess is using, and there's absolutely no sense for her to have to run a separate bot just because she wants unit converter functionality. And yeah, I had a quick look. I couldn't find a package that worked well to do that, to do what I wanted. Maybe there are, I'm not saying there isn't, I just didn't find one. And I was interested in having my own solution. I wanted to learn stuff with it, so it's an interesting algorithmic problem. So yeah, that's where we are. No greater motivator to learn something than having to deal with a shitty solution. Yep, exactly. It's a complicated problem. I didn't think it would be that complicated when I started. It's an actually very complicated problem. So yeah. And like, there wasn't a unit converter or a math with unit solution existing for Firebot either. So the idea eventually is just to have this available to anyone who wants to use it, right? I still have some work to do to ensure that it properly works. We found some bugs. There are probably some other bugs, hopefully not too many, because I have it pretty well tested. But, well, kinda obviously doesn't perfectly work. So yeah. I guess. So for example, here we could very much add a test. Let me see real quick. So we've seen that, so test, how do we call that? Convert with prefixed units. So we expect what? So my string is going to be this. Oh, dang it. So we want this dot parse unit collapse. Hello? Forgot parenthesis behind. So that's my initial expression. And we want mathparse.convert. Wait, no. It's not that? Let me check. Unit converter, it's... Ah, yeah, I need to ensure it's a quantity. Because this can be a unit, a quantity, or a number. Okay, sure. So to match object. That would be extremely useful for temperature. Yeah, that's what it was mostly used for. It's what it was mostly used for. We want this to match object. I suppose. What editor do you use? I use how is it called? Come on. Visual Studio Code. So that's going to be how did I call it? Subject and target. So I expect this to be, so that's a quantity. The number is gonna be 10 to the power 9, and the unit I guess I need to register the unit first, right? Kilogram. Normally, if it's outside of tests, the units and prefixes are already registered in the main. But of course, here it's a test, and so the main isn't running before that. So we need to create the units, all of that. Wait a minute. Is that correct? No, it's not. That might change things. Are there other places where I'm using a gram? No, I'm not. Okay. So, I have a kilogram. So, 10 to the power 9. New prefixed unit. With a prefix kilo and the unit gram. So that's the object that it's going to collapse to. That should be what I should have after having done that. Then we have a target. And what did we say we converted to? Wait, what did we do? No, we just calculated it. Oh. Okay, and so we just need subject.toString. So we convert it to a string. To be or not to be. Sorry. That's going to be it should be something like that. That's what I expect. I'm just going to disable the tests for the main real quick. Because I know they're wrong, but yeah. Can't be asked to fix them right now. So I'm just going to not call these tests. Okay. No, it's not here. Math parser. Right here. Okay, let's go. Let's test that. And we'll see. I suppose I should change category, shouldn't I? What's a category named? Code and technology or something like that? Or software development? Is that it? I think that's it. Yep. Spud knows. Okay, so this failed. What's happening here? Ah. So it's telling us here that it expected to have a preferred unit symbol of null and it got gram. Yeah, that would make sense. So it might just be because of me. Unit symbol, yeah, so I need to give it explicitly that because some units have several symbols, right? So like if you take inch, it can have en or 2 quote marks. So I need to tell it what I passed, basically. Otherwise it's just taking the default. In this case it would be the same. But in the object it's storing what was parsed. Still failed. Yeah. And that's what we saw. So the object is correct, right? This line passed. This test passed. But it fails on the next line. So we have the correct object. We understood correctly that it was like a quantity followed by like prefixed unit. So internally it knows correctly what we have. It's just failing to convert it properly to a string. And that's where I'm puzzled. Let's have a look. So toString. Preferred unit symbol. Yeah, no, that's not correct. It's preferred symbol. That should fix it. Because the unit symbol is just a unit without the prefix, right? So here when I convert it to a string, it takes a value, it puts a space, and then it was putting down the unit's unit symbol instead of the unit's symbol. And that wasn't correct. And if it's just a basic unit, it works, right? And if it's a compound unit, because there isn't a prefix or unit anymore, it works. In this specific case, it doesn't work. And here we go, we passed. So that means that we need to fix a test for quantity, because toString, you see here I have a test for toString that just test it with Kelvin, right? So what we need to do here is to also test it with prefixed unit and compound units. To be doing things correctly. So let's copy things. Also, I'd prefer if it was displaying this in a scientific format, but that might be something for later. We need K and gram. Wrong file. So kilo and gram. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Right, so we need the imports, prefixed unit. So that's gonna be our subject. It does have a toString method, there's no doubt about that. Okay, so that should be okay. And then we need to do a compound unit. So we want... maybe we call it like subject 1 and subject 2. Sure. Actually, this should be subject 2 and this should be subject 1 really. For consistency. Unit declarations go at the start. For consistency as well. There we go. That's much better. So we want a subject 3, which is still going to be a quantity, but this time we're going to have a compound unit. What do we do? We can have... I suppose we can have a prefixed unit. With an exponent 2, for example. And then we add a factor. So that's kilograms squared times Kelvin minus 1, right? And so that's going to be kilograms squared times Kelvin minus 1. That should be it. Oh, I forgot to put the exponent symbol, exponentiation symbol. So that's what we expect here. Could a similar converter be used to create a universal clock? What do you mean by a universal clock, Spud? Ooh, that's failed. What failed? What did we get? The hell? Quantity.test.ts line 390. Wait, it crashed? Did I manage to crash it? Yeah. Ah. I don't have the logger loaded, that's why. Let me have the logger loaded somewhere. Here we go. I need these 2 lines. Because the logger is trying to do stuff here. And it doesn't have it, so it's crashing, obviously. So if you pop in a UK time, you'd like the command to be able to return a converted time. You'd need a complete different logic to do that. So might as well just have a separate thing, I think. I guess you could slap it on the convert command. Be like, if you recognize the format of a date, then you do things, you handle things separately, you know? But yeah, like, then you have the problem of, if you want to like convert between time zones, that's well and all for converting like times, but for converting dates, you have the whole ambiguity between day, month, year, month, day, year, year, month, day, and there's no reliable way to know what people wrote, right? So dates is more tricky. Converting time zones is easier, but yeah, as Infinity said, there are packages. Actually, I wonder if JavaScript doesn't do it by default. I think if you create a time in JavaScript, you can change time zone. You can calculate it in a different time zone, I think. Okay, so there was a remaining factor for this unit. Why? Why was there a remaining factor for this unit? Why does it fail to create a compound unit? Where it would... Let me try it in chat. So... kilogram squared per Kelvin. Yeah? So what's the matter here? Why is it failing? Gram... The hell? Could imagine that some libraries will return a warning or even throw something if the date stream is ambiguous, like 1, 2, 3. Possibly, yeah. But I think the date default library from JavaScript handles time zones, so yeah. Probably it's relatively simple. So this is correct, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. That's correct. So why? Oh, because it's... No. No, it doesn't matter here if it's registered or not. It shouldn't matter. Why is this failing? I might have an idea. Do I need to add a parenthesis here? By any chance? Because it needs to create the object before it adds the new factor. No, okay. At least it wasn't that stupid. So let me see. So the components, I have grams, which has unit. Let me... You know what? We can have this below. Something like that. Fix all key spacing, fix all. Oh, but it doesn't return to line automatically. Dang it. I was hoping it would. I was hoping it would do the hard part for me. Oh well. Okay, so that's my representation internally of a compound unit. So that's what it has. It's failing? What? Why is it... Oh, I know why. It does need to have the prefix registered. I need to register the stuff. Okay. Because it's trying to, for compound units, it's trying to rearrange stuff. And so it needs to know they exist, basically. It needs to call to the unit parser and know this stuff exists. And for completion, I don't think I actually need to register the units, but I will. Just for consistency. I missed chat. Midnight pizza, ooh, nice. Leftover pepperoni and hot honey pizza, That sounds very good, yes. You're like for hot honey. I mean, yeah, hot honey is nice. What I do from time to time, what I like to do is like have just hot water with honey inside. Sometimes with sometimes I buy fresh I ate the name. How is it called? Fresh ginger. And I put like some fresh ginger inside to infuse it. Yeah, honey is absolutely delightful. Spicy honey. Sounds like an awesome vibe, yeah. Still no conversion for bald eagle per square miles. Hey Guppy, welcome back. Made hot honey pulled pork for a dinner today too. Ooh. It's more than a vibe, it's a lifestyle. 1 AM approaching, by the way, yeah. Okay, but this is tested. So that's this issue fixed. Perfect. We fixed the test. I suppose I could remove this, but we might as well keep it. Was there what other bugs did we find? The other bug we found was in the data. Right, so that's all the unit it knows about. And the prefixes. And what we noticed, right, was that Doran had weird characters for the degree symbol. Which visually fit, but don't actually fit in the code. So let's just do that. And we're going to do the same with Fahrenheit. So whether you use the tiny degree symbol or the normal degree symbol, it doesn't change anything. Yeah. And lastly, but I won't fix that tonight, I do have some issues with the fact that some of these units cause confusion. So for example, let's see, I think nano in particular is a problem. Right, so for example I have mile here that's declared, and if I have a nanomile, it's the exact same symbol. No, wait. No. Yeah, it's the exact same symbol as a nautic mile, right? No, we're dealing with Unicode as well. Well, people tried to use it. That was the first thing that Doran tried to do. And he was genuinely confused. He was like, it doesn't understand Celsius. I don't know what's going on. So like, it doesn't change anything for us. It's just adding a new symbol, so why not, right? But yeah, so we have a problem here with the fact that a nanomile, it would be the same symbol as a nautic mile. So what I want to do here is to specify that most of these imperial units actually can't use SI prefixes, because they can't. You're never going to have anybody write a nanomile or a nano-inch or a centi-inch, right? It's just not a thing. They don't work with SI prefixes, so I need a way to disable SI prefixes for them and to like reverberate this throughout the code so that when I declare the unit, I say it doesn't use prefixes, and then when I test if stuff exists, if there are units, prefixes, this kind of stuff, I don't try to find a prefix on a unit that cannot use it. That's basically what's gonna happen here. So that's another thing that we're going to need to fix. Because right now it's causing conflicts, right? So for example, a minute is the same symbol as a milli-inch. Or a hecto-hour is the same symbol as a hand. Does it really hurt to have prefixes with imperfect units? You may always have the bot output a warning if it's used. It's just that right now, what's happening is that when I start the bot, the bot, I have a bunch of warnings because it's trying to load all the units, all the prefixes, and every time it checks whether it's gonna cause conflicts. And right now it's telling me, hey, there's a conflict here, and some of these things are not gonna be recognized properly, right? It's going to recognize it as one, where you might mean the other. It's just gonna choose one, the first one that comes in its list. It checks that on load, yes. It checks for conflicts when you... So you see that here I register units and prefixes. Every time I register a new unit, it checks against the list of all units and prefixes to see if it's going to cause possible conflicts. It's just going to tell me, hey, there's a possible conflict. Then when I evaluate, it's just going to take whatever comes first. If it finds a matching unit and a matching prefix, it's just going to use it, right? So if I declare two units with the same symbol on evaluation, it's not going to try to find all possible evaluations. It's just going to find one and trust that if it found one, then that's fine. You've been known to write safety and legality tests in each single function. Here it's... Yeah, it's just that during evaluation, it's not going... It assumes during evaluation that there is no ambiguity with what you declared, and that whatever it found, if there's a valid solution, then that's what you meant, right? But either way, there can't be an ideal solution, right? Because if I write a nautic mile or a nanomile, I write the exact same thing. So the code, whatever I do, cannot know which I mean, right? So if I wanted to try to handle that, you can have an ambiguous output strings for units and print those no matter how they have been input, and users know what units have been assumed and can adapt accordingly. You could. But like, it's not just a question of output. For example, if I write it, if I ask it to add 2 centimeters and 10 nanomiles, it's going to produce theoretically a very different result than if I add it to add 2 centimeters and 10 nautic miles, right? And in each case, it's going to convert it to centimeters. Or if I ask for a conversion, if I ask for a conversion between nanomiles and centimeters or nautic miles in centimeters, it's going to be widely different results. And either way, it's going to tell you, hey, it's this value in centimeters, because it has found a solution. And so, yeah. I mean, right now it works. It's just that in some specific cases, you're going to write something ambiguous that's not gonna fly with it. Another way would be to save and output the unit vector array of all the units along the string. That's kind of what I do. That's kind of what compound unit does, right? It saves all the components of what you put inside. But then once it comes to displaying it, it needs to make a choice. And so it's going to make a choice. When it comes to converting it, it needs to make a choice, so it's going to make a choice. And so at the end of the day, yeah, the only way to ensure there's no confusion is to ensure there's no ambiguity. So, for example, that's where the conversation with Celsius and Fahrenheit comes in, right? People want to be able to write, convert 10 Celsius to Fahrenheit. So, like, to write... I want to do that in chat. People want to be able to write, convert 10 C to F, right? And right now it's going to tell me, hey, that's not the same unit. That's a case where I can be like, okay, if I have Celsius and Kelvin or Fahrenheit on the other side, or whatever combination of them, like these exact units, then I can assume that it's unambiguous. And so I'm going to have like, yeah, right now it interprets F as Faraday. So I'm going to have code here that's like, okay, if you have like thermal units, pure thermal units on one side, pure thermal units on the other side, just replace Coulomb or Faraday with the thermal units. Because I know that it's people writing something ambiguously but we can very straightforwardly understand what they mean. So I'm going to have like specific code for solving this ambiguity. I just didn't write it yet. Yeah, so it's just going to be on a very case basis, right? It's not going to understand it if you write like, if you want to convert Celsius per kilogram to Farad per kilogram, then you're going to have to write the proper unit. Because I'm not going to implement a general way of solving that ambiguity, because there are cases where you may be confused if you do something very complicated. If you have a full mathematical expression, etc. But like in the simple case, you can probably assume safely that the person just wrote it in a slightly ambiguous way. And that's basically where I'm going to leave that. But yeah, That's why I want to disable prefixes for Imperial units, because it creates conflicts where it's not necessary. Nobody's ever gonna write a nano-inch. It's not even a legal thing to write, according to the norms. So just removing that possibility makes it remove remove the ambiguities. Same, I'm not gonna have like kilo minutes, right? Then you need to have an ontology of units and a deduction engine if you want to scale it to scale perfectly. It becomes a huge mess very quickly. So I'm not going to go into the huge mess. I'm just going to handle the simple cases, and then if there are messy cases, well, people can submit pull requests, I guess. Or fork the project and do their own version. That's also a possibility. You know, after all, that's allowed. So yeah, that's where we are. I think it's not too bad. I don't know, what do you think? Yeah, so if some of you are interested in looking like more in details at the code base, I do have a channel for these discussions in the Discord, and I do have the project public on GitHub. Yeah, as you can see, there are still a few things I need to fix. There are a few stuff where somewhere in the... Oh no, not this one. Where would that be? Where I'm like, oh, you should test it more thoroughly. And I probably never will. But, you know. Like, yeah, there are stuff here, hey, if I ever want to implement functions in this project, this needs to be changed, but, you know. Because, yeah, right now I have implicit multiplication. So, like, if you write 2mm, it's going to be an implicit multiplication. And the implicit multiplication comes before the division in the order of operation. I'm not going to complexify, because like then you'd need a way to implement your own functions, etc, etc. It would become a huge mess very quickly. Some things you'd go differently architecture-wise, not coding-wise. You have no idea how I implemented things until you look at the code. Yeah. I mean, yes. I don't use the names of units. It doesn't understand the names of units. If I support different prefixes for each unit type, I could also use it for mebyte versus megabyte. So right now what I've done, that's one of the last things I've done actually. Let's see if we go to the data. So when I declare a unit, I declare its base, whether it's a base 10 unit, for the most part it's a base 10 unit. And you see that here for the byte unit, I tell it that it's a base 2 unit. And when I declare a prefix, I declare whether it's a base 10 prefix and what exponent it has, or whether it's a base 2 prefix. And you cannot use base 10 prefixes with base 2 prefixes. With base 2 units, basically. So like, megabyte is not a valid sequence. If you're going to talk about megabytes, you're going to talk about it properly. Otherwise it's a mess. Otherwise it's a mess because when you want to switch around prefixes, it increases the complexity of it even worse. That will collide with mass storage sizes or network speeds. Not significantly. Not significantly, so that's fine. Yeah, it might collide with it a little bit. I guess people just will have to deal with it. Ooh, there are so many problems with this command flame. First of all, is there a unit that has caps B? I don't think so. No, there's no unit that has that. Second of all, you cannot string... You cannot string caps B byte minuscule B bits. Are you sure? Are you certain? Let me check Wikipedia. The problem with binary units is that it's not really normalized. That's the big problem. So not in French, please. Standard. So the... I guess you're correct. I guess you're correct. So we can change that, we can fix that. So that's going to be a bit, and that's going to be a byte. And the byte is going to be 8 bits. What's our base unit? Yeah, should the base unit be byte or bit? I suppose we should have the base unit be bits. It makes more sense, right? I had to... Okay, so that's one where I had to, like, not follow the standards, for example. The base unit for mass is the kilogram, but it uses a prefix, right? So I had to declare the base unit as gram with a coefficient of 10⁻³ and then allow it to use the prefix kilo. So the other thing I've tweaked, so you see that here I have the dimensionality, so like whether it's a unit of length, mass, time, current, temperature, quantity of matter, or luminosity. And then for some of them you have like compound, and that's what allows you to do conversions. Basically, that plus coefficients and shifts and stuff like that. And so what I added is that radians are angular units. Actually, steradian is square radians, right? So it has 2 exponent. And I added data units. So basically I gave them dimensions. I gave them dimensions so you can convert between bits and bytes if you want to, you know. And you can convert between radians, squared and steradians, this kind of stuff. If I derive dimensionality, do I reduce to SI base units? Basically, when you multiply 2 units together, you just add the exponents of the unity. So for example, if I do Hertz times Newton, right, it's going to be m1 L1 t minus 3. And then they have coefficients. In this case they're 1, but in some cases, like you have coefficients, you can have shifts, and then basically when it converts, it takes into account the shifts and the coefficients to do the conversion. One of the complicated parts is the fact that you do have these offsets. You have this offset unit for temperature, and basically when you have an offset unit in a compound unit, so like for example, if you say, okay, I have Celsius by kilogram, right? It's not an absolute unit, it's delta. Theoretically, like, you should name it differently, but you don't. You should say, oh, it's a delta Celsius by kilogram, ideally. It's a change of temperature per kilogram. So the offset, everything is the same, but the offset goes away. But in practice, it's a different unit that you're manipulating, because one of the units has an offset and the other one does not, right? It doesn't change anything if it's a Kelvin. A delta Kelvin is a Kelvin, but you lose the reference of where the 0 is, right? You should distinguish absolute and relative, so that's what I do. So when I talk about, if you go look at units, I have this delta unit, and so when I multiply two units, what I actually multiply is the delta units, not the units. Right? So if I multiply a quantity, let's see. If I go, okay, if I take a quantity and I multiply it by something else, I'm going to multiply a unit by another unit, right? And when I multiply a unit by another unit, I create a compound unit because, well, there's several units that multiply together. And when I create a compound unit, where is it? I lost it. Compound unit. Here we are. Da-da-da-da-dum. Yeah, basically I say add factor, other, and when I add a factor, when I add a new factor to a compound unit, I make sure that it's a delta unit. Basically, if it's the first component, it's not a delta unit. If it's a second component, everything becomes a delta unit. So a relative unit. One thing I'm not going to handle with this package, by the way, is logarithmic units. That's out of the scope. Please no. It's really hard for you to see here since you see nothing. Yeah, no worries, no worries. But so yeah, basically when I have like a compound unit is a unit where I say, okay, I have several components, right? I might have like a gram that might have an exponent, and then I can have a liter component that might have an exponent that might be negative or something like that. And so when I create a compound unit, I'm like, okay, if the exponent is 1, and if there's no other component already in the compound unit, I'm going to let you use a unit that has an offset. But if it's in any other case, if you add a new component to a unit that already has something or something like that, then everything has to become relative units. Because that's the only way that anything can make sense. Because what would be the offset of Celsius times Fahrenheit, right? It doesn't exist. It's not linear anymore. Because they have different zeros. So it's something that has 2 zeros. So yeah. Yeah, so if you multiply Celsius by Kelvin, it's going to display you Celsius times Kelvin. But if you ask it to convert it to... Well, in this case it's Coulomb times Kelvin that you gave it. But I think even if you use Celsius times Kelvin, it's going to keep it displayed the same. But no, if you ask it to convert 10 to the power 3 Celsius times Kelvin to Fahrenheit squared. Then it does understand that it's just that it prefers to use the units that you were using. Because, for example, if I want to calculate like the ratio, how many Celsius per Kelvin, right? Wait, that's a unit. 1 Celsius per Kelvin. Well, I guess that's a very bad example because the answer is 1. Yeah, so that's a unit. But if I do 1... wait. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I want to calculate something in Farad per Kelvin or in Celsius per Kelvin, it makes sense to use that as a unit. But for example, if I want to know how many 1 Farad per Kelvin, well, I guess, yeah, converting it doesn't have a dimension, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. Preference for representation expression in a certain way, be it units or anything, is a very humane issue, not a formal one. And yeah, so that's why it was the most complicated part of this project so far. And I think ultimately it's going to be the most complicated part of this project, is like, how do I represent a compound unit? Because there are so many corner cases. So many. Like, there are cases where you have to keep units that cancel out. It's the only way to have a unit properly represented. Otherwise, you'd have a decimal factor that would need to exist. Where is it? I lost the test case. Where this happens. Come on. That's the one, right? Yep. So for example, if you display megagram per decagram, it doesn't have a unit anymore, right? So, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't do complexes. I don't do complexes. In the long run, you'd need a fuzzy deduction engine to find out, approximate what the users want, and maybe looking for to... Yep. Yeah, so what I do here is that I have a logic that going to always represent a given unit the same. No fuzzy deduction or stuff like that, but basically I try to find all the corner cases where I don't know what to do. And try to like give prefixes to units as much as I can. So that's why, for example, even if the exponent is 0 in a compound unit, I'm going to keep the unit stored, because there are some cases where, as a failsafe, I might need to just keep units that cancel out, you know? And keep displaying units that cancel out with different exponents that result to the right prefix in the end. And so, yeah, that's what I did. But I think we're going to end for tonight. It's late already and we have finished the game after all. Unless there are other questions. If you have questions with regards to the code, don't hesitate. And once again, I'm open to suggestions, I'm open to contributions, I'm open to learn stuff when it comes to development. I'm probably better than most people I encounter in a professional setting with development, but that's because I don't work in an environment where I work with professional developers, you know? I work with researchers which generally are terrible at coding. So I'm better than most, but that doesn't mean that I don't have anything to learn. So I'm open to learning things. And yeah, so feel free to poke around the code and try to break it, most importantly. I see how it is. Well, that's not on me, that's on JavaScript. Ultimately, there is also the limitation of JavaScript. I'm not going to try to handle stuff like that where, like, yeah, it's just JavaScript that nans. But hey, it didn't crash the bot. I think it works if you don't have the parenthesis. Then it does recognize it as a number. It doesn't recognize it. It basically reused the same format as JavaScript for numbers. So these exponent type numbers, it's a number e plus or minus a number. I think the exponent can't have a dot, if I remember well, but it's basically the exact same rules as JavaScript. I do the parsing, but yeah. We can have a look, actually, in the math parser. Where's the atomizer? Yeah. So you have a number of numbers, maybe a dot, and at least one number. Then either a small or a big E, then a plus or a minus, maybe a plus or a minus, and then at least one number. The longer I stay, the more issues you'll find, but these are not issues, Flame. That's what I mean. These are not issues. These are just things that are not supported and won't be supported because it's a choice, you know? Ultimately, I'm not trying to support, like, if you try to type sinus, cosinus, exponential, logarithm, it doesn't know it. It doesn't support functions, it doesn't support factorials, it doesn't support complexes. It supports basic math, and that's already a very good thing that it does. You can't use it to do integrals, for example. Or to solve equations. It can't solve equations. But that's not issues. That's just stuff that's out of the scope. What would that even mean? I don't even know what that would mean. An arrow up. So yeah, it supports basic operators. Plus, minus, divide, multiply, power. That's it. And all SI units and the number of imperial units. And all SI prefixes. Which is already pretty good, I think. The third hyper operation of 3 on 3. Even explained like that, I have no idea what this means. Sorry. Knuth arrow up notation. Very large integer. Oh, so it's 3. Okay, I see. So it's just exponents, right? In this case. But yeah. Yeah, no, sorry. Not gonna support that kind of things. That would be silly. But so, yeah. And also it would break JavaScript very easily. Because JavaScript supports a very limited value of numbers in either way. So at some point, if you use too long an exponent, it's just going to break JavaScript. Otherwise you'd have to use to re-implement your own manipulation of numbers, you know? Although I guess with the number class maybe, but yeah. Right. Let's see. Let's end the stream here, I think. That's a good place to end. And let's rate somebody.